That's a nice song, isn't it? I was enjoying that. Oh, hello. Oh, God. There we go. Hello, everyone. Hello. How are you today? Well, White Rabbits, it's the 1st of July. The year is pushing. Oh, the nights are drawing in. You've had your longest day. It's all getting darker. Hello. Still Madry shooting the... There we go. Oh God, I'm wearing. Sorry, I've only just seen I'm wearing this. Yeah, but this is one of those. I woke up about half an hour ago, like 20 to 10. Oh, I should probably start my stream then. So I have come from a standing start. So apologies if I've missed anything. Hello, I hope you're all very well today. I hope you're still keeping yourselves cool and all is well. Hello. Hello YouTube. I've remembered you as well. So we're doing all right. Yeah, we are pressing on with Kerbal's space program today. Mission to Elu. We are currently building a ship to take Shelbury Kerman to Elu and back. We've built the front of the ship, and this morning we're going to build the rear of the ship, send it up, connect them together, and send it off. I'll be getting on with that very soon, but first I'm just going to waste everyone's time for a couple of minutes. Yeah, as sort of said in the chat last night, a great ennui set upon me last night watching France just, I wouldn't even say wipe the floor with Sweden, just very casually kind of just, you know, while glancing at a particularly, you know, while glancing at the women as they walk past your Parisian balcony, just sort of absent-mindedly mopping up a bit of mess off the floor with a Sweden shirt. Yeah, it's impossible to look past France, isn't it, for this World Cup? And it pains me enormously to but yeah, every time we're watching France now, I'm just saying the same thing. Yeah, we're not going to beat them. Not going to beat them. Prove me wrong, kids. Prove me wrong. But I mean, you know, what happens if you get Kylian Mbappe and 10 teammates who are working in perfect sync and magically know at what point he's just going to just suddenly make a run for it. It seems that almost every Mbappe goal is him, you know, lurking around with the defenders, and then all of a sudden, boof! Oh, you know what? I'm going to go and score a goal now. You know what? Pass it over. Yep, off I go. Boom! In it goes. I just all hope has left me. All hope has gone. I've looked at the obviously I've looked at what we'll laughingly call England's route to the final. That's not easy either. Obviously Congo tonight. Even the commentariat are saying this is going to be a weird, tough one. We've seen that England do not take well to teams defending. If teams are going to shut up shop, England, like a cat trying to sort of uncurl a hedgehog that's curled up into a ball. England don't seem to be very good at uncracking that shell. So, yeah, if they limp through Congo tonight. I see they've got Brazil and then Argentina afterwards. So good luck with that. But yeah, theoretically, England would not meet France until the final. England avoid Spain and the USA, which is something. But yeah, Brazil, weirdly, call me complacent. Brazil's probably doable. They're not. They haven't set the tournament alight, have they, Brazil? I'm possibly, weirdly, more worried about Congo than Brazil. And Argentina, for me, is Argentina just still built around one fucking bell end? I haven't watched Argentina this World Cup because I didn't want to. The chance the people in the stadium, just the chance to catch a glimpse of the great Lionel Messi. Oh, oh. So no, I'm not that bothered. I know who my favourite footballing superstar is, and he wears a blue shirt. So yes, I am. This is full on Quisling betrayal of my country mood this morning. I'm afraid. I for one welcome our French overlords, and it just feels like a march of the inevitable. Yep. Norway might beat Brazil. Yeah, well, absolutely. As I was saying in chat, I'm finding commentators don't know or care. Who's in the crowd? What going to cut to? Just going to cut to someone and then cut away. They had to do FIFA Player of the 20th Century twice because people who voted for Maradona did not have a chance to see Pele play. Yeah. I know. I just wish France would show just even the slightest amount of fucking vulnerability. But I could just see them lying there so vulnerable. But no, they are just what it is about the French and the French team. It reminds me very much of the early days of the Xbox 360 when I used to. When I tried playing online games with a headset in, that didn't last long. There's only so much humiliation you can take before you realise the headset is not your friend. And one of those humiliations was national stereotype, if you must. But whenever I played French people online, especially multiple French people. I would get crushed by them, but the worst thing about it was if there were two French people in chat, they would just carry on the whole I'd be playing like FIFA or not Forza, what was the other one, Project Gotham Racing or something. Ah oui, le oiseau est dans la nid et la maison sur la mer et après la neige. Yeah, they would just talk in an unbroken, casual French accent, talk French to each other in a sort of unbroken, casual, whine and shrugging nonchalance, while also beating the shit out of me in a video game. And I found that more irritating than, say, a loudmouth American calling me a gay asshole for conceding a goal. I found the French video game playing community's complete lack of even looking like they're trying or giving a shit while they rub your face into the filth extremely irritating. And I was very much experiencing that last night, just watching the French not even step out of 40, just not even bothering to step out of 40. So many chances on goals, they're basically just shrugging, tapping a ball slightly over and then just basically going to the camera. There'll be more chances along in a minute. So yeah, well done France. It must be nice. But for me, can't play Hell Let Loose because you need headsets to have a chance, and I refuse. Yes, for fear of encountering the French and their laissez-faire attitude to being victors. I'm in a bit of a fug with the World Cup. Was it Haaland yesterday? Because I like him. I'm sure he's a very intelligent, very articulate player. But the unfair characteristic I've got in my head is that he's a bit of a Hodor figure, a sort of goal-scoring Hodor, because the look on his face when Mongo gets the ball in the net, the look on his face as his little face lights up as I did it again. This is almost entirely unfair. I don't think I've ever even heard him speak, but I find him very, very appealing. I look forward to seeing Norway. And what a kit! Not the away kit, admittedly, but what a kit! What a home kit the Norwegian kit is. That lovely big blue cross just off centre. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So yeah, come on Norway. Yeah, Brazil. I'm not Brazil. I mean, England can easily lose to Brazil, but Brazil's just not giving me a kind of dead weight depression that France is. So yeah. Anyway, there we go. Dead weight depression. I didn't watch. What was the last game last? Oh no, Mexico are through, aren't they? Actually, do England? No, actually, I think I'm wrong. Don't England play Mexico? If England beat Dr. Congo, don't is it England v Mexico after that, isn't it? And then Brazil. Yes, it's England v Mexico in the last 16, then Brazil in the quarters, then Argentina in the semis, and then the final. If England win, we play Mexico in Mexico City. Hubris-tastic. Excellent, good. Well, that's a. By that point, England should have gained enough unwarranted confidence in their own abilities for the hubris to really, as an English, I will start finding myself walking along the streets just sort of humming Vindaloo to myself as the national hubris steps up to its accustomed level. Yeah, I think England will beat Congo tonight, purely because we haven't puffed up I think as a nation we haven't puffed up our own chance. We're not believing that we're going to win the whole thing enough, so we will win tonight. We need, as a nation, for our expectations and our hopes to rise higher before they're dashed to pieces on the floor. If we're lucky, by a shrugging Frenchman. But let's face it, it's going to be Mexico City, isn't it? Hello, Biz Nozzle. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. I won't talk about the World Cup for very much longer, honest. Yeah, all I can just... was it the third... Oh, anyway. Well, I think it was the third goal. Just unbelievably spectacular and just executed with a shrug. When is the game today? 5 o'clock, so I'd better hurry up. Would rather go out to Mexico than France. Yeah. I mean, I'd just rather not, just the whole dangling something you've been waiting your whole life for and then snatching it away. And the worst thing about being beaten by France would be that you've been beaten by a better team. Anyway, I'm going to stop shining France all morning because this is depressing me. I tell you what, according to I think, now please do not take my word for this, I think kickoff is 5, I think the programme's at 4, but I could be wrong about that, so do check. But I believe the kickoff is 5. 4 seems a bit early, doesn't it, because they've been 5:30, 6 recently. Oh god, the tennis. I tell you what, I've got some cross feelings about the tennis as well. I put Wimbledon on yesterday. Somehow it's escaped me that Serena, 44-year-old Serena, it is 5 p.m. accent. 44-year-old Serena was given a wild card entry to Wimbledon. I found this out yesterday for the first time, and that made me very cross because I thought she's 44. By the way, I'm 46, and I'm not Serena Williams. So Serena, if you're watching, please don't take this as a point and laugh, as you are several years younger than me, and I'm going to say quite a bit fitter. But there we go. Yes, can a 44-year-old retired tennis pro who's been out of the game for 4 years take a Grand Slam singles tournament by storm? Well, the BBC certainly wanted you to think so in the build-up, while I sat there with my arms folded, just making noises like that wild card could have gone to a young player who could have, I mean, how many times has a wild card at Wimbledon just, some sort of 19-year-old wild card, or even a Goran Ivanisevic, has gone in and then just gone and won the bloody thing, or done extremely well on a wild card. It's kind of always the thing about Wimbledon, is that the wild cards do well, but instead they gave it to the multi-millionaire, middle-aged, faded tennis star, who then lost. Like John McEnroe, of all people, was saying, you see her out there and you think, Serena's back, but I know it's a shock, isn't it? She's 44 years old and she's not moving. And it's the way that the commentators, having kind of raised Serena's chances, were then suddenly shocked to find that she's not quite as light on her feet as before. Anyway, I got really grumpy about it, because it's just that thing. Did they give Serena the wild card slot because of her natural ability and the potential she's got to shake, or did they do it just to get the frigging crowds in? It was that one. It's the money one, isn't it? They did it because of the money one. So yeah, it was that was a fairly tragic and completely and totally predictable spectacle. The Serena match was a good watch. I just found it depressing. Like, she's got obviously she's got the power, but it's just the way. And I understand, but she could not be asked to run for the difficult balls. There was a lot of just watching balls just bounce out, and it. Like I say, it could have. Joint, Ginger Joint from Australia. Yeah, I'm a bit of a fan of hers now. I like the way she kept on looking to her mum and sort of going, "It's so unfair," and then the mum going, "Shh, shh." Yeah, she's your petulant, spotty teenager. Yeah, she doesn't. She didn't like losing, did she? But luckily she beat the middle-aged lady and gets through. Yes, I'll be following Joint's progress, because, as you say, her "Mum, tell her to stop winning" attitude I found very funny. But anyway, there you go. Well, look, I'm sure Venus and Serena will absolutely wipe the floor of the opposition in the doubles. Oh, there was a weird. I'll tell you what. There was a weird interview as well beforehand. These interviews. I don't know if you saw. I only saw a little bit of it, of Graham Norton interviewing Madonna. I could honestly and truly not have told you. Oh God, is this me having another go at middle-aged women? I think it might be. This channel isn't normally this toxic, and I apologise. I could not have. If you'd shown me just a picture of Madonna as she is now and said, "Who's this?" I wouldn't have got it. It's kind of weird that Madonna seems to now be reshaping her face to look like Lady Gaga, which is, I mean, considering that Lady Gaga, I mean, I would say Lady Gaga owes Madonna, a thing or two. I'd say, I'd say Lady Gaga has at some point studied the work of Madonna and gone, "Oh, that's a good idea. Why don't I do that?" So, sort of the idea of Madonna changing her face to look like one of her pop children is kind of. But yeah, Graham Norton did this unbelievably awkward interview with Madonna, who can hardly speak because of her frozen face, and she had a bouncer next to her. He did the interview with her bouncer, and at some point he even said, "Oh, now I don't want to ask you this question, so I know you don't want to answer it." And she looked towards her bouncer, and her bouncer's doing that, and like the whole, it was like watching an interview being conducted at gunpoint with Graham Norton having a gun sort of pushed into his back. It felt like some sort of mad wanking billionaire had kind of was sort of forcing Graham into it for his own ends. It reminds me of Detective Crashmore in I'm sorry, you'll have to leave. Bullshit, unprofessional bullshit. Would you like me to ask you about the film? That would be great. That would be just great. Thank you. Anyway, there was an interview with Claire Balding and Serena Williams. Just the most low energy, interview I've ever seen. A sort of soporific interview. I mean, I was joking when we were watching it that this is we were seeing after 20 minutes of just a screaming fit right into Claire Balding's face from Serena's publicist. It had that really doomed atmosphere to it, as Claire was being full professional and Serena was giving sort of sullen one-word answers and looking down. Just the whole spectacle was just thoroughly depressing. And again, like I say, I speak as someone who's obviously older than... I'm probably older than Claire, older than the participants, but, you know, the past is the past, isn't it? And the little histrionic queen trying to stay relevant by interviewing Madonna, very nice, very nice. But yeah, just seeing these relics being... I don't know. Like, have they not got enough money? Anyway, right, I'm going to stop. The bit where Kylie turned up was such a surprise to all involved. Oh, I didn't see Kylie turn up. I watched about 5 to 10 minutes and just found the whole spectacle just, again, thoroughly depressing. A lot's been depressing me recently. Probably should do something about that. Anyway, so that's my... That was a moany intro, and I'm sorry about it. I should probably... 5 viewers. Well, that is well deserved. That is well deserved. An interview from the 80s like Madonna. Just awful. Right, so I'm going to get on with the game now, because I've realised all I've done for the last half an hour is complain. And I should probably get back to where we were. Anyway, yes, 5 o'clock tonight. Woo! Oh, you know, as always, we should win, but, you know. Well, is it? Yeah, this is me and my wife, Patter, that there's a gap in the English language for a word that means depressing but not surprising, which, you know, funnily enough, you know, in the year of our Lord 2026, feels more and more relevant when something happens and it's depressing but not surprising. I don't think there's a word for it, is there? And there absolutely should be, because that's how I feel almost every day now. Welcome to the channel. We like to have a laugh. We like to have a laugh. Right, let's get my potassium levels up and head out into space. Resignation adjacent word. Yeah. This whole thing was depressing but not at all surprising. I got some news about Peppa Pig yesterday that definitely fits into that category, but I probably shouldn't talk about that. Right. Okay. What's going on here? Oh, yes. So we have Shelbury Kerman. Shelbury Kerman has been voted for by you to journey off to the distant Plutonian planet of Eeloo. He is currently sat in the Eeloo Dolly 2, the landing vessel with attached engines, which is currently orbiting Kerbin. Just occurred to me, I should probably launch when it's around about here, and then we'll have a really good chance of intercepting it, won't we? Yeah. Medication's what you need. I've lost my... this might explain it. I've lost my medication. I've dropped it down the side somewhere. I haven't taken it for quite a few days, so that might explain my Mbappe-induced... sadness, but then that might also be just explained by the presence of Mbappe. I've also been playing Championship Manager 0102, which I'm enjoying immensely. I've got Mark Hughes. I've managed to capture Mark Hughes, Stuart Pearce, and Des Walker for my Margate Conference Division side. So that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing when I'm not kerbling at the moment. It's all football all the way down at the moment. Right, okay, I'm just going to eat this chocolate bar. What it is, I haven't had breakfast, and I didn't have dinner last night either. I don't I don't eat. Well, I eat fish. I'm a pescatarian. My daughter's getting into cooking, and because my children are carnivorous, but unfortunately living with me cuts out their options. My daughter started making proper meaty lasagnas and pies, and basically sort of doing lots of stuff with minced meat. So my family are increasingly now having big meaty dinners like Gary Sandbrook. And I'm saying, oh, it's fine, I'll have something later. But I'm finding I just can't be bothered to make myself dinner. So I'm currently waking up in the mornings just really, really hungry, just eating bananas and chocolate. I'm not sure this is an optimal diet, but it's where I am as my family really get back into eating flesh. Right, that's enough. Right, what have we got here then? Mission 1, satellites to Jewel. Right, that's still on. Mission 2, replace the moon buggy. I'm going to take that off. We might do it, but it's not going to happen for ages, let's face it. Kerbal mission, explore Dres. Again, sod Dres, don't care about Dres, let's get that. Send a fuel refinery to Jewel. No, take that off. Right, we've got 2 missions on the go then. Satellites to Jewel and explore Elu. There we go. Our satellites, which we are sending to Jewel, well, we've sent them to Jewel. They're there. There they are. We've got satellites orbiting. There you go. There's one. We've got little satellites orbiting oh, you can see them there. There's one there. There's one there. We've got satellites orbiting Jewel and its various moons. Fairly soon, in 8 in-game days, it'll be time for the Fenton 7 to send an asteroid into orbit of the planet Lathe. Lathe will, of course, be our home away from home one day. We are looking at colonising Lathe, but at the moment we're just sending a satellite there so we can look upon it. So we will be going with we will be doing that fairly soon, but first we've got a construction to make. We've got to make the drive section, the rear end for our mission to Elu. The front part of the ship is currently in orbit, and currently I am constructing the rear side of the ship. So let's have a look and see how we're going. Drive section 1. There we go. So this is okay. That looks boring but credible, doesn't it? That does look like a thing. Shame it's a bit. Oh no. It's lacking a bit of zhuzh, isn't it? Anyway, okay, fantastic. The drive section 1. Okay, so this is the bit that's going to clamp on. This is the bit that's going to clamp on to the other side. So let's get our clampy pod. Let's get our clampy pod nailed down. So if I get a nice enormous RCS tank and stick that there, yes, lovely. And that's going to need photostatic. That's going to need photostatic panels, and that's going to need batteries. There we go. Should we get some lights on there also? Okay. Okay, we need a reaction wheel. There we go. There's a nice large reaction wheel. That's right. It occurred to me yesterday that I'm not we're only sending what's his face, Shelbury, and he's not a scientist. So the scientific instruments that we've attached, some of them can only be used once, which is poor because we might want to use them more than once. It's a bit too late to modify that now, so why don't I add some science bits to here, and then maybe the whole thing, if I just add more scientific instruments to the front end of this drive section, then we can keep those attached, and we can run more scientific data. Good. Okay, let's get the relay antennas installed. How's that? Okay, that's looking fine. Good. Okay, so if we put this back, all right, and then if we get a nice, no, not that, no, not that, yeah, that, there we go.
But you've asked me to do it, so I'll do it.
There we go. Okay, fine. Good. If I... Yeah, that'll do, won't it? That's fine. Okay, good. Right, lovely. Okay. Well, there's a drive section. Feels like we could probably get away with another layer of engines, doesn't it? Feels like we could do better. So let's add one more layer of engines, and then we've got to look at hauling this up into space. It's very, very possible that that I've gone too far, and there's no way of this actually getting up into space. So let's see how unrealistic I'm being. Okay, so yes. Okay, so if I stick a bigger engine there, mid-stage booster, you say? Mid-stage booster. Mid-stage sounds fine. Yeah, why not? Why don't we do it that way? Okay, fine. Reopen the colouring GUI. Oh. That's interesting. I've lost my... There we go. I've lost my old colours. So let's just save this as a bold and exciting new colour choice. There we go. Marvellous. Good, good. Do you as well. There we go. Looks like a bottle of bleach. There we go. Lovely. All right. Let's get these. Let's get these duplicated. Okay. Let's get these mounted. Yeah, something like that. There we go. Get those asparagus in. No, no, come on. Give me a bit of asparagus here. There we go. Get those asparagus in. Let's get them reinforced with struts. As always, never forget the struts. Okay. Pretty good. All right. So let's have a look at my staging. So we fire all of these engines and the middle one. Okay. And the middle one. And we get rid of those. Okay. And then once we get rid of those, we activate these engines. I see what's going on. Yeah, the muttering has started. We are now in Mutter Court. Welcome to the Mutter Dome. Okay. Okay, it's not bad at all, actually. Okay, so this is our drive section. It's looking fairly credible, I would say. It's looking like a lot of fuel. I mean, that's gonna explode and then some if I've missed anything out, but let's assume all is well. Okay, let's get this into space and get it attached. Get it attached to our ship and then head off. Right, how am I going to get this into space? Very good question, Eddie. How are you going to do that? Okay, how's that going to be achieved exactly? Well, yeah, not with that. Okay, so we're going to have to go with some side-mounted boosters. No, actually, let's do it this way. Ah, actually, I need to do even more asparagusing than this, don't I? Because this tank should be feeding into the next one, and so should this. Yeah, that's better, that's better, that's better. Okay, wonderful. Okay, let's get some engines mounted on this. Okay, right, so if we get you asparagus into there and we get We get you strutted also. There we are. And then okay. Okay, I may have gone too far in a number of places. Okay. All right. So we fire all of these engines, all of them. Uh-huh. That's a lot, isn't it? That's a lot of engine. Okay, so we fire all of these engines, but then we've got to release them in a very specific order. Okay, so first we've got to release them. First we've got to release these ones. And then we have to release these ones. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's good then. All right, lovely. Let's round off these big old... Yeah, let's do this. Let's round these off. Okay, that's looking nice. That's looking good. Okay. And how much oomph does that give me to lift off the pad? That is a surprisingly large amount of oomph. I did not expect that. Okay. Well, in that case then, can I do... do this? And this. Make them a lot bigger. Okay, is that going to shimmer and sparkle for everyone? Does that still lift off? Yes, it does still lift off. Great. So if I then give this a load of boosters on top, that should be far more power than any one Kerbal should wield. Okay. No, we do want the biggest and best boosters. There we go. The brightest and best boosters. There we go. Okay. Let's get these pointing. Let's get these pointing outwards slightly. Yeah. And you can do that. Okay. And then if we get this strutted, you can strut to there. Okay, lovely. And then you can get strutted to each other. You can get strutted there. We'll get your tops rounded off. Get your tops and fingers. There we are. Good. And then, am I right in thinking, yeah, we then move this to there, move this to there, move this to there. Move this to there. Okay. Good. And then we get rid of that. Okay. And does that give us enough oomph? It gives us more than enough oomph. Excellent. Right. Now to put on some RCS thrusters. Let's cover this bloody thing with RCS. And fill it up with a load of monopropellant. And get it into space. Okay, lovely. Gosh, this is a... yeah, this is a giant... This is basically a giant wedding cake of a vessel. There we go. All right, okay. So we need a lot more monopropellant than that. So let's double the monopropellant, shall we? There we go. Marvellous. And I'm also going to tie these panels to the lights. So we'll do that. And then we'll do that. Okay. Drive section 1. Oh, does it have... Oh, no, we need a little aerial on it, don't we? There we go. We'll get... There we go. There's our aerials. Is there anything I'm missing, I wonder? Is there anything here that I've missed out on, or am I good to go? I think we might be good to go. Let me just have a quick... Oh, wings. Lights we've got plenty of. We have plenty of lights, so that's not a problem. There we go. So we've got some wings here. Maybe we'll put some... Maybe we'll put some here as well. Okay, maybe move those up a little bit. Docking, biscuits, all good suggestions. Docking, we have this, so it should be okay. And we've got plenty of RCS as well. Should be all right. Oh, actually, I can lose those lights because they're just overlapping. Okay. The wings look a little. Well, this isn't going to be doing much flying as such. It's just going to be reacting to the inferno that will be generated by this. All it really has to do is just have an equal and opposite reaction to what it's about to blast into the unsuspecting landing pad. Apart from that, I think we're good. Making a big thing of it would have been a good idea. I keep meaning to put on This Is Spinal Tap for my kids. I'm trying to remember. There's no... You don't see it going in at any point in Spinal Tap, do you? Obviously, there's a whole smattering of fucks, the words, but my kids are used to that. You might see a bit of boob. You might see there might be a bit of tit in the coach, but I think spinal tap, implicit drug use. You know, I was thinking of that. I mean, we have seen, weirdly, we went through a weird phase of watching stuff where just people were doing lines of coke. I think it was like Arrested Development. Anyway, my 10-year-old daughter, weirdly, due to my lax parenting, has seen quite a few lines of coke getting railed out in various things we've watched. Yeah, I mean, you know, foil-wrapped courgette down the trousers. I think Spinal Taps. They probably won't enjoy it, of course. It's, you know, it does depict an entirely alien world. You know, musicians these days are professional, aren't they? Right, shall I just stop looking at this bloody thing and launch it? I think that's for the best, isn't it? I think that's for the best. Right, drive section 1. Good luck. Good luck rolling this out to the launch pad. Let's go. You cannot afford. Oh, you cannot afford to launch this vessel. Well, that's a bit tragic, isn't it? Let's leave. We can't afford to launch this vessel. Gosh, and it was only a few weeks ago that we contacted our man in Kerbal, Thailand. Sent us through some Kerbal crypto. We're going to have to ask him again, aren't we? Blimey. Yeah, we've only got 559,000 Kerb bucks, and this is going to take a much bigger chunk than that. Okay, well, let's quick save 35. And why don't I get on, I don't know, Telegram and contact our man in Thailand? And I'm sure one of his men will be happy to refill our bank account. I say men, 559667. Look, in their culture, 559667, in their culture, an 8-year-old boy is actually considered a man. So, if you think of it like that, there's actually nothing funny going on at all. So with that in mind, with that slightly distasteful thought in mind, let me just reload this game and then maybe... Hang on. Hello, Legitimate Beef. 20 consecutive streams. Blimey. This is becoming habit forming. It's lovely to have you. I hope you are very excellent today. We're just... We're just getting our finances sorted.
Oh, man, plain cake donuts. Thanks for taking all the fancies, guys. Why can't I ever get here on time?
A rested employee is a vigilant employee.
Monitoring station unmanned.
Look here, Inspector. Can I speak to you privately in my office?
Here
Mr.
we
Burns,
go. Here's our funding.
in 20 years, I have never seen such a shoddy, deplorable...
Oh, look. Some careless person has left thousands and thousands of dollars just lying here on my coffee table. Smithers, why don't we leave the room and hopefully when we return, the pile of money will be gone. Look,
Smithers,
the money and a very stupid man are still here.
Burns, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were trying to bribe me.
Is there some confusion about this? Take it, you poor schmo.
And with that in mind, we now have, oh look, 9 million Kerb bucks has been wired to our account. I would thank all of you not to ask too many questions. Right, drive section 1. Oh, we've got 2 versions of these. Let's get this wheeled out to the launch pad, launch vessel, and may God have mercy. Fans of smooth 60 frame per second frame rates may be in for a disappointment. This is the sort of vessel that cats woke... Cats woke me up. Cats woke me up and I can't get back to bed. So I'm here bright and early. I'm very sorry for your insomnia. Is it hot? I saw it's North America's turn to bake. Yeah, I don't envy you. It's quite cool at the moment. I mean, I guess, well, I mean, you know, it's like in the mid-20s. I just can't believe how much better I feel when it's not over 30 degrees. It's like my brain has just come back to life. after a week of just, it's not historically hot yet. I quite like historically hot, you know, at least it feels like at least it feels like you're experiencing something. But yeah, the debilitating heat and the effect it has on just everything, you know, affecting the brain is just awesome. Awful. That is a dumpy looking ship, isn't it? Oh, now I'm feeling like I could have gone further. It doesn't feel like, it feels like it could be taller. Anyway, right, let's wait until our target ship, the Elu Dolly, let's set that as the target. Let's wait until that's performed another orbit, and then we'll see if we can catch up with it. So around it comes. Whee! Okay. And should we stop it there? Might be a little bit soon, but there we go. Oh, it's North America. Yes. I saw the heat wave. I just saw the entire North American continent just red. That might have been a prediction of the hello Cleveland. Might have been a vision of the future. Right, shall we launch this giant, ugly, powerful bastard? I have no idea if this is going to work. Let's find out. Shall I manufacture some excitement with a countdown?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Ready?
2,
1.
And we have liftoff. All right, that's already quite a bit of blast. Mind you, hey, look at that. It might not be, woof, it's a lot of smoke. It might not be the most elegant ship ever to leave the launch pad, but it has left the launch pad. You know, someone's going to have to be along with a dustpan and brush. The launch pad's just a hole in the ground. Yeah, it's a kind of, it's become less concrete. It's more of a sort of quantum event. A highly energized plasma where there was once paint. Oh, look, you can even see the shadow. Just this big circular shadow as the whole thing lifts up. Oh dear. My liquid fuel engines, I think the ones, this is my asparagus thing that's gone wrong, isn't it? I think I'm going to have to reduce my throttle to half, because otherwise my liquid fuel engines are going to expire before the solid fuel ones do, and that would be horribly inefficient. So yeah, already we have some issues. Okay, so I have throttled down to about halfway. Dare I try and tilt this sideways? Why not? Well, I mean, there are plenty of good reasons why not, but sod it. Let's see what this baby can do. I'm already surprised it's flying, so let's see what happens. Okay, so it is tilting. Whether or not it can stop, I don't know. Let's try and stop the tilt, shall we? The frame rate will improve as bits drop off and as we leave the atmosphere. Okay. So it is able to handle a bit of a tilt then. That's good. Let's take it even further then, shall we? It's embarrassing about the liquid fuel. It's embarrassing that we've nearly run out. I might even... Maybe I should just go full power now, and then when the liquid fuel ends, cut the power and just cruise up on boosters only. Let's just get this out of there as quickly as we can. Okay. Alright, let's throttle off. Let's cut the throttle on the liquid fuel and see what the boosters can do. You know, there you go. You can see. Oh no! Of course. Hang on. If I go activate full power, there you go. You can see which engines are not firing and which ones are. So we've only got about half of our engines firing. Embarrassing. Yeah. Let's cruise up. Let's cruise up on our solid boosters, and then we can always dump them as and when it's necessary. As you can see, we've not gone sideways particularly far, but we do seem to be heading into space reasonably convincingly. Christ knows what releasing these side modules is going to be like. Carnage if we do it in the atmosphere, so I'm not sure. I'm hoping very much that our solid boosters can get us high up enough to for the atmosphere not to be that big a problem. Mind you, if I did want to do that, maybe I shouldn't have tilted it as I have. Yeah, I do have a number of regrets. Oh well. Maybe it is worth just activating the liquid engines then. Drag or no drag, it's probably worth us getting out of the atmosphere guaranteed before I release our solid fuel boosters. So I've activated our liquid engines again. There they are. These ones won't expire too early, but as I say, I am annoyed that I've included so much dead weight. Anyway, we're getting a nice decent speed up now, and our solid fuel boosters are, I've got about 20% left. Apoapsis height 30,000 meters. Yeah, that's nowhere near space. I'm wondering if I should have, again, if I should have Paula Abdul'd it. Oh, well, we're committed to the bit now, aren't we? Well, what's the worst that can happen? Let's let our solid fuel boosters expire, and then we'll release them and see what's what. Oh good, the whole thing's starting to heat up. Joy, just what we need. Alright. Okay, the solid fuels are about to expire, and I'll release them. And that's that. There goes our solids. Okay, so I've just throttled off. We don't quite have enough momentum to make it into space. So shall we try releasing these side rockets in the atmosphere and see what happens? All right. 3, 2, 1. Excuse me. Okay. What's happening? Not much. Okay, let's release our liquid fuel engines. Again, not much. Let's throttle up gently and see what we've left behind. That is a much cleaner. Oh, I say clean. How's that doing? Have we survived? I'd be amazed if that worked. Did that work? I think it did. Wow. That was a clean separation there. Ooh, pardon. I'll show you my clean separation. No, that is... I thought that was going to be a catastrophe. I mean, look out below, obviously. There's going to be a few fewer whales in the world after that lot hits the sea. I mean, the pollution alone. You know, the poor Kerbals. Oh, look, there's an airstrip down there. I've not even used that airstrip. There it is. I don't quite know what the point of the multiple airstrips are, especially when it's so close, but there we go. But yes, that's the sea well and truly contaminated with forever chemicals. Forever. Ain't separating that rocket fuel from those waters. We don't have the money. Okay, so we're continuing to head up into space. The one place that hasn't been ruined by capitalism. I guess we'll get our predicted apoapsis up to about 100. And then we'll circularise this orbit. Or actually, maybe we could just chase after the ship that we're connecting to and go straight for that. Let's get this up to 100,000 metres and then look at where our target is. Oh, in fact, I'm about to dump more liquid fuel engines, so we might as well do that then. Let's finish off the fuel. There we go. And now we can just cut the engines. There we go. Right. We are now fully momentum based. Okay, so where is... Not the Banana Lander, the Elu Dolly 2. Okay, so it is behind us at the moment. Okay, that's fine. We could probably do then with going to about, well, at least 150, maybe 200,000 metres up. Okay. And then we can intercept it easier. Okay, so if we go to about 200,000 and make that a nice circular orbit, that should do it. Okay, so I'm just waiting now. I'm going to separate off. Well, we're going to get to the apoapsis. Oh no, we're not. We're going to get out of the atmosphere. We're going to get above the old 70,000 metre limit. Then I'm going to jettison our pointless liquid fuel engines. And then we'll start chasing after our target. Let me just speed through this ascent. And there we go. Right, good. We are now officially in space. Let's shed a few pounds and release. There it goes. Okay, they're falling away. That's very civilised. Okay. We'll try and just drift ourselves away from our droppings. There we go. Great. Full power. Full power. Again, look out below. Look out, Kerbal Moana. You've got a few surprises falling from the sky. Okay, good. Joe Moana means ocean in Hawaiian. Oh, lights. Aim for The Rock. Every time I see a picture of The Rock in his stupid wig for that live-action remake of Moana, it makes me laugh. Just having watched Moana recently, like, what makes Maui fun is the fact that he's absolutely enormous but moves with, you know, is incredibly light on his feet, moves with a lot of speed and grace. Speed and grace, which I'm suspecting The Rock, in his true form, doesn't quite possess. Hello, Cousin Vinny266. Welcome to the channel. Thank you very, very much for the follow. Massively appreciated. Thank you very, very much. And, most importantly, welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much.
10, 9,
That's enough. Okay, how's this orbit looking? Okay, so we've nearly matched its orbit. Okay, well, if we get... Oh, look. Ooh. 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 If I just keep on thrusting, ooh, matron, I might actually intercept it by accident. Yeah, there we go. It's under 30 for the first time in 10 days. It's going to rain. Ah, that sounds nice. Look forward to getting your brain back. Welcome back. The ability to think properly. Like I say, it's like I've just been... It felt like I'd been huffing exhaust fumes for a week and then stopped. Just suddenly could feel my faculties coming back online as soon as it dropped underneath 30. So, yes, do enjoy it. Do appreciate it. At the moment, in London, hey, look, we've got grey skies. It might even be a bit of a grey day today. So, you know, there's a bit of hope for the future. Got a call for a job. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Not from London, so you'll get it once you call them back. Yeah, good luck. Must be nice. Yeah, if you live in London, obviously you've already got 3 or 4 jobs on the go, so they're not going to let you have another one. Don't be bitter. Don't be bitter. Right, so we are now chasing after our we're now chasing after the Elu Dolly. Okay, let's expand our periapsis out to match theirs. And that should mean, yeah, that's pretty good. If I follow this maneuver node, we should... how much mono have I got on board? Is it a lot? Okay. 35 for the next 4 days or so. Oh, my Lord. Altitude, when you're on flat land so you don't feel high up, is also fun for the mysterious brain fog. Yeah, we are susceptible to oxygen. I'm just thinking of a What film is it? Or is it an episode of Star Trek? Well, it might just be Isaac Asimov. The absolute contempt that robots have for human beings. That out of all the temperature ranges of the universe, from absolute zero to, you know, the core of a sun, human beings, out of all of those millions of degrees, human beings can only survive in like a 30 to 40 degree range out of all the ranges in the universe. That human beings depend on a tiny fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a window of opportunity in the scales of the universe. That we have absolutely no right to assume that we have the right to survive, given that the universe, mathematically speaking, is against us 99.99999% of the time. Can't even flush us out into space without our blood boiling. Absolutely pathetic. Maybe it was Isaac. Oh no, Isaac Asimov tends to be a bit more optimistic. Okay, usually. Right, so we've got until... Okay, so we've got 6 minutes to get to this node. Let's do it then. Let's fast forward to our next node. Here we are, and then maybe soon we should see the Elu Dolly. Where are you? Let's be having you. Come on. Where are you? There we go. Okay, so if I now release these engines, there we go. And are we going to get a nice, reliable... Oh, God, there's some sparks flying there, isn't there? There we go. That's more presence for the fishes and the delicate marine ecosystem. Giving them something to think about. Yeah, just a little bit of paint missing. Oh, we've got a big wobbly tail again. Hang on. Let me just straighten a few things out. There we go. All right. And I assume I can activate these. Yeah, here we go. All right. There we go. That's a bit better. Lovely stuff. Okay. So at the end of this burn, this big old wobbly tail, we should have enough. This should take us within 11 miles. Sorry, 11 kilometres. That tail is really bad. This should take us about 11 kilometres from our target, and then we can eyeball our way in, dock, and then go to Elu. Right, I have to take stability control off because that is just causing terrible problems. Those whoever welded those joints as before, the welders truly are the unnamed heroes of this space program. That's a lot of stress, isn't it? That's too much stress. Go fast and break things. Okay. Right, where does that leave us? We are now... okay, we're going to be 10 kilometres away from our target. So let's get closer. Should we get here? Should we warp here? 11 minutes. Okay, can we see our target anywhere? Can we see our target? There she is. There she is. The big green square just there, and it is, there we go, 20 kilometres away. Okay. Let's get it down to 15 and then do some manoeuvring. Right, that'll do. Okay, now let's do some manoeuvring, shall we? How are we doing for monopropellant? We've got plenty. Good. Okay, so I'm going to do... You should be all old hands at understanding this now. Here's my anti-target. I'm going to push my nose over here, and I'm going to push my retrograde onto my anti-target, and then that will, of course, mean that we're heading in the right direction. So, here we go. Okay, that'll do for that. So where does this put us? This puts us 3.5 kilometres separation. All right, let's bring this down then. Okay. All right, well, let's get within 6 kilometres of it and then plan. 9, 8, 7, 6 kilometres. Okay. Let's realign ourselves. Oh, I can dump our big annoying tail. Have I burnt all of the fuel I was meant to be delivering? Have I burnt it all? Just intercepting this ship. I've got a nasty feeling that this whole drive section, given the amount of effort and fuel it's taken to even get it this far, I think this drive section might just have been a bit of a waste of time. Hey ho, but we've had fun with it, haven't we? Haven't we? Well, haven't we? So I'm doing my Prince Edward now. But did you have a good time? Have you had a good time? Well, have you? Thanks. Ah, Prince Edward. Once the royal family's laughing stock. Now the Duke of Edinburgh. And all it took was not being a nonce like your brother. That was the bar, Edward. That was the bar that was set. Okay, so... Okay, 3 kilometres away. Well, okay, fine. Let's get within 3 kilometres then, shall we? Okay. There we are. And then we can... And we can do this. Yet again, I'm pushing my retrograde towards the target as per. Okay. Good. So we're now due. Hello, hello, hello. It's 100 minutes, but what 100 minutes? And quite a lot that 100 minutes was spent moaning about sport. Okay, so we are now going to come, within 300 metres of our target. So we should probably face our target and make preparations for docking. Okay, separation 3 kilometres, separation 0.4 kilometres. Okay, so I'm guessing if we warp here, okay. Right, we're now within 1.4 kilometres of our target. Right, let's get this giant bastard of a ship on target. The big game from what? GTA 6? Oh, fuck knows. It's gonna. What I resent about GTA 6, it's going to fundamentally just make everything else worse. Cool, you know. I know you come to this channel for the optimism. It's going to cost £100. It's going to be download only. Obviously, it's going to be packed to the fucking gills of a load of predatory online shit, because that's how they make their money these days. You know, I'm sure it'll be good. You know, let's face it, we're all going to bloody play it, but I don't welcome it. I don't like Rockstar. I certainly don't like their employment practices, their union busting, their general fucking. Again, I mean the you know they've hit obviously the infinite goldmine with GTA 5 Online, which obviously, being a middle-aged man, I find unplayable. And they're not gonna, you know, they're not. You know, I mean, are they a publicly traded company? You know, obviously their sole purpose is to make as much money as possible, and they're expected to make. GTA 6 is, I assume, expected to make as much money as possible. Like, the game will be perceived as a failure, not on its artistic merits or otherwise, but it'll be perceived as a failure if it doesn't immediately become the biggest selling game of all time. The whole judgment of how good that game is going to be is now entirely based on financial performance. So I find it hard to get that excited about it. Although, you know, I do like Grand Theft Auto, so I'm just being a bit of a miserable sod at the end of the day. Which is surprising, isn't it? This ship is too big and this frame rate is too slow. I thought we'd be better off making a ship an enormous ship that docked in space. You've never played a GTA? Really? I mean, it's the thing. I go back to my mate. My mate's dad was the IT teacher at our school, so we had a lot of after-school Doom deathmatch etc. sessions, and yeah, GTA 1. I remember playing that. Could you play that one multiplayer? Oh, there you go. Car customization and cosmetics locked behind the $100 edition. This is the thing, isn't it? About loot boxes and gambling mechanics. And this is Stephanie Sterling. I'm basically just sort of channeling Stephanie Sterling here, but in a society that is already... I would say society itself has got a fucking gambling problem. Or British society does, in as much as the gambling industry has its teeth and claws embedded deep into the British state. And as much as America is... utterly infiltrated by the pharmaceutical industry, Britain has been completely infiltrated by the gambling industry. Woohoo! There goes a piece of debris at astonishing speed at 5 frames per second. The normalisation of gambling has been a fucking devastating turn of events for the sizable portion of the population who are vulnerable to it. And loot boxes there was loot boxes and cosmetics which are still justified with it's only the whales who are buying them. You don't have to buy the cosmetics. You don't have to open the loot boxes. And it's kind of justified where it's like, only the whales are the ones that, the people who are spending hundreds of dollars per month on cosmetics and loot boxes. Oh, Sodom, though. Sodom. If they want to do that, if they want to waste their money doing that, they can do that. That attitude completely negates the reality that most of these whales probably have some form of problem, because if you're spending hundreds and hundreds of dollars on shiny paint for your on a sprite in a video game, by definition I think you've got some sort of compulsion disorder. But we now live in a gaming landscape where that's just how it is now. And all of this kind of pay extra to get... all this FOMO, pay extra to get cosmetics, pay extra to unlock this and that, seems to be just kind of playing into the sort of predatory system that we've set up. I'm in a great mood this morning, aren't I? Blimey, I'm so full of the joys of summer. I've reached doomer levels of pessimism on where we're heading. So many bridges burned, so I just try not to think about it. Yeah. I viewed it as a threat to the video game structure of swathes of policies not being free as given capital to use. YouTube doesn't attain all the money in the world. I like the way Rust handled cosmetics. Everyone had access to them. They rotated every couple of days. You could buy what you wanted and traded them. I never got excited about a game, but geez, one of a few I don't. Yeah. Look, once it comes out and we're playing it, I'm sure I'm gonna be putting in the hours. Obviously, like all good-hearted people, Red Dead 2 is my true god, is my true love. But it will fill that hole. None of it would be so bad if it wasn't so blatantly and obviously not about making a profit. Obviously, I'm not going to start bemoaning that video games these days are only interested in profit. You know, I do remember what it was like on the at the ZX Spectrum coalface, that 90% of the games produced were utter unplayable shite, and that a decent cassette inlay would fleece thousands and thousands of kids out of a good time. I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism, video games. I'm not an idiot, you know. I'm aware that capitalism and video games have been hand in hand. But I don't know, at least when a shite game was tarted up with a decent bit of art on the cover, at least there was some art happening. It wasn't just, we've got an algorithm that can squeeze regular income from the daftest and most vulnerable members of society. And what it is about GTA, they're definitely not... They definitely didn't start all of this nonsense, and they're almost certainly not the worst perpetrators of this horrible nonsense, but they will be seen as the standard bearer of it. That whatever bullshit GTA 5 comes up with to fleece its captive audience, it will be copied by all the other games. Once Rockstar do it, it'll be fine for everyone else. And it will, the price for GTA 6 will be, I predict, in this country, 100, maybe it'll be 80 or 90. But we've been, over the past few years, we've all been gaslit into accepting £70 as now being the default. 80, you reckon? We've all been gaslit into just accepting that that £70 is now the standard price for a brand new video game. And Rockstar will take that up one level, because they can, and they know that they will. Anyway, I don't think it'll have any ramifications. I mean, I'm going to play. I mean, I might not necessarily buy it on launch day, because I do want to play the James Bond game. I do want to play First Light, but again, I'm waiting for that to come down to 35 quid in some sort of sale, and I'll get it then. So the plan is that I'll do the same with GTA 6. Whether or not I actually managed to hold out that long, I have no idea. They tried to raise the price of the most recent Borderlands game and then totally bombed. GTA's GTA, though, isn't it? GTA is the king. GTA's the daddy. Well, this extremely low frame rate docking with the world's heaviest bloody spaceships is a bit of a chore, isn't it? I wonder if that Borderlands thing wasn't helped by the comedically bad film.
He thinks the game is cruel. I've heard the game explained as many things and described in different ways. I've never heard anyone say it's cruel. What made you marry a wimp?
Well, don't forget, obviously, never forget the shareholders who demand and require constant unfettered growth. Doesn't inspire hype, it demands it. I mean, it's not like obviously GTA 5 is some sort of masterpiece. Certainly the single player game anyway, as I say, obviously people do like GTA Online, and good luck to them, but it's definitely not my cup of tea. but it's not really about how enjoyable the game is anymore, is it? Oh, we'll see. I don't even hope that it's a bad game or anything. I hope it's a good game because I'm looking forward to playing a new Grand Theft Auto. But increasingly in the 21st century, World Cup included, you just have to find yourself holding your nose more and more and more and more to enjoy things. Again, and I'll ask Stuart in a second, can I again say I'm sorry for my slightly dour mood today. I really should find my medication. Okay, so at the world's shitest frame rate, with the world's heaviest ship, I am now pretty much bang on target, moving towards our target at 1 meter per second. We're pretty much there. Okay. I thought I'd brought a lot of monopropellant with me, but again, I hadn't quite brought enough. Okay, so let's speed up time, shall we? Let's approach. All right, 500 meters. This is the Modular Madam, yes. The frame rate is a disappointment. I think it's probably all the bloody lights I've put on, you know. I think I might have overlit it. But yeah, the frame rate is a disappointment. Also, I am burning through this monopropellant far more than I'm comfortable with, but okay. You've lost your sweet tooth and your spunk is dust. I replayed GTA moderately recently, within a few years. Played it all the way through, really enjoyed it. I think for me it's the Doobie Brothers. No, it's not the Doobie Brothers, is it? Michael... I want to say Michael McKean, but it certainly isn't him. Who's Doobie Brothers? Is it Michael McDonald? Anyway, What a Fool Believes. Driving along that sort of eastern freeway in GTA. Michael McDonald, thank you. Driving along that eastern freeway on in the sunset with What a Fool Believes blasting out of the stereo. That does still trigger just... That does trigger joy in me. Dong 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 bom 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 do 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 do. Just as the sun sets, and I'm weaving in and out of traffic. Oh, it is special. It is special. The bastards. You know, I can't deny it. Right. We're running out of monopropellant here. I wonder... Mouth kazoo, yeah. I wonder if we shouldn't be pulling our weight at the other end. Okay, well, for a start, let's control from here. We can see the two halves of the ship as as I fight the frame rate. The two halves of the ship are 417 metres apart. But currently... Oh, no, this does have quite a bit of monopropellant. Currently, these two ships are too heavy and unmanoeuvrable for this to be straightforward. So they are getting closer. I have so many regrets about these ships. Okay, so you can see here that the target is 400 metres away. I am now... Hello, Gavin de Subnautica. I hope you're very well. Hello, hello, hello. I hope all is excellent with you. You've caught us at a bit of a weird point as our frame rate has slowed to single digits as I'm trying to dock two very complicated and large ships together for our mission to Elu. I have gone too far, and this is a very, very slow motion disaster in waiting. Okay. What a fool believes. Do 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 do. Steam machine. Oh, is that the desktop thing? I saw that the Steam Deck seems to just sort of top out at about 350 quid, which is, I think that's about the same price as a I think that's about the same price as a Switch 2, isn't it? But I've got a Switch 2, so I'm not going to get a Steam Deck. I heard that Crusader Kings III doesn't work brilliantly on the Steam Deck either due to its lack of memory, so that would be pretty much the sole reason why I'd get one. Okay, so we're now moving away from the target. Oh, Lord. Okay. Oh, my Lord. He came to Earth to save us. Okay, all right. Oh, man, this is so awkward. Oh, look, there's the old engine section just floating by like a corpse in the ocean. That's a bit grim. Okay, let's get you pointing at the target, and let's activate our engines to try and force this issue. I like playing first-person shooters on a console. I'd rather play a first-person shooter sat on my sofa on a big screen. But it is annoying how much better first-person shooters are with a mouse, unfortunately. I can never quite get over the fact that the controller, the snapping on a controller, how a controller still has to slightly hold your hand through it. But it's not a hard and fast rule or anything. Okay, so we are now heading towards the target. But I can't see where our prograde is. Man alive, this is going to be awkward. I'll just try and, as much as I can, Steam controller and DualShock 5 are pretty good. The PlayStation 5 controllers are a really lovely controller. And as I always say about that controller, repairable. Unlike the Nintendo with its pentagonal screws, and as soon as you pop it open, the whole thing falls out. PlayStation controllers are you take the cover off and they're actually comprehensible and reparable. So you got to hand it to them. Halo remake. Yeah, I played Halo 3. I didn't have an original Xbox, so I spent I had a GameCube, so I spent quite a lot of the early noughties looking at Halo with green with envy. So it's slightly passed me by. I think I got Halo 3 when I got the Xbox 360. I like the grenades, because grenades are quite an important part of Halo, aren't they? I like a game that uses grenades properly, because I tend not to use grenades, and then I end up completing a game. With like 200 grenades in my pocket, and I regret not making more things blow up. Didn't Halo? Didn't you have infinite grenades in that? So you're just constantly lobbing. I liked that anyway. But yeah, I being a GameCuber and then more or less a PlayStation person. Yeah, Halo slightly passed me by. Back in early development, Team Fortress 2. Team Fortress 2. Given that I don't have enough friends for a LAN party, Team Fortress 2 is another one of those games that I really wish, again, more envy, I really wish I'd got into more. But obviously playing Internet Strangers at Team Fortress 2 as a noob is going to be it's going to require perseverance, isn't it? Okay, so we're 348 metres from this bloody thing and closing very, very slowly. Yes, I have many regrets about what's happened. I don't think we should do this again. I don't think I should make a ship this enormous, because the game engine just can't take it. As I say, look, if there's something I can adjust in the settings to make this not a thoroughly awful experience, then let me know. But as I say, I'm pretty sure. Okay. I love Boney M anyway. Oh, those options. Okay, well, we're 290 metres away now. I hope you've got something entertaining on in another screen, because Ma Baker. I don't know what that is. Okay, 273 metres. I'm going to have to switch vessels because this one is nearly out of monopropellant. I'm just trying to bring the periapsis. Oh, oh, one of their songs. There we go. Obviously, Brown Girl in the Ring always makes me think of old Touching the Void-O. Touching the Void, that's the one about the mountaineer who was cut, who fell off the mountain, and then his mate cut the rope, and then they left him for dead and burnt all of his clothes while he made his way back down the mountain on a broken leg, while haunted by Brown Girl in the Ring. Climbing down a mountain, delirious with agony and exhaustion, with Brown Girl in the Ring going round and round and round and round and round in his head. Very relatable. Okay, shall we do this then? Yeah, the cost, the amount of effort this is taking. Last Christmas on a loop. What I like about Last Christmas, whether it's true or not, who knows? And obviously Andrew Ridgeley is doing very well for himself these days. Remembering things. Him just sat in the living room with George Michael, and George just suddenly going upstairs, and then 10 minutes later coming down and saying, oh, I think I've just written a Christmas #1. Must be nice, mustn't it? That must be nice. Must be nice to be mates with someone like that. Of course, technically he hadn't, as Band-Aid got there first, but I think, wasn't it Christmas #1 last year, Last Christmas? Breaking the lad baby curse. I don't think people should be criticising Prime Minister Boris Johnson, lad baby. I like to stay out of politics. I just don't think people should be criticising the Prime Minister. Like that woman who invented clapping. Oh, man. Where's the target? Oh, it's there. Right. No, that's debris. Oh, God, have I just focused on the wrong thing? What have I done? Where is the target? Where are we even going? Oh, it's there. Oh, I'm facing the wrong way. This whole time, what have I done? This whole time.
What have I done?
What have I done?
At times you think, Christ, what have I done?
I've been facing the wrong way. Okay. All right. That's bad. That's bad. Okay. Jesus. Now, if I were to freeze this and then get this, to face it, I'm almost inclined at this point, sunk cost fallacy or no, at 250 metres away to ditch this whole docking idea entirely. These ships are too big. These ships are too big. I've also got a cheat in mind that I'm not happy about, but in the interests of moving today's stream on from this low frame rate hell, I might, and I think I will, and I think I'm going to activate infinite monopropellant. I did buy Besiege. I played it for about 10 minutes, Cholera, and it sat... You did recommend it to me, and I did play it. It sat on my... I've put it into my favourites on my Steam list to force me to look at it every time, and I will. I've also... Someone else... Gruppen also bought me Frostpunk, which I've also got to get on with as well. Okay. Okay, 219 metres away. The first and second ones are quite different. I liked Frostpunk. Although, again, one of those games that feels like I should... I need to do quite a lot of research to get the most out of it. Okay, 200 metres away. ...180 metres away. If we just inch ourselves closer and closer to it, we'll get there in the... Oh, God, we're right on target. Ooh. Okay. I was doing some quite good... I've not been idle during my moaning. Good moaning. I was hoping that would work. Oh, good. I've been doing some quite... If I may say so myself, I've been doing some quite clever angular firings to get this on target. I think I might have managed it. Well, I didn't expect that. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we're now 109 meters from the target. Okay, that's pretty good news. So this now should just right. I'm putting infinite propellant on. I just need... I'm not going to fire my engines while I've got infinite propellant on, because that would be cheating beyond... How much? Oh, God! Connor, at the start of the stream, I was extraordinarily gloomy about it. I cannot in any way see any team other than France winning the World Cup. There's just... France, as of this exact moment, don't even look like they've hit top gear at all, and they're already looking indestructible. So gloomy, and obviously, like all England, like everyone else in England tonight, I'm really worried about Dr. Congo. I think there's a kind of I'm picking up, just from the air, I'm picking up a kind of nervous national dread as we realise that tonight, that the gains of winning tonight do not outweigh the embarrassment and horror of what could very, very well be a massive kicking. Well, not a massive kicking. What am I talking about? It's going to be a miserable 0-0 draw that we somehow mess up on penalties. Prove me wrong, kids. Prove me wrong. 81 metres away. Sweden made Netherlands look great. Yeah, and I think at the last World Cup as well, I think England beat Sweden 3-0 then as well, didn't they? So it's not a foregone conclusion, but well, it doesn't help to be too confident, does it? 79 metres to go. Our long national nightmare is nearly over. Democratic. Yeah. Any country that puts the word democratic into its title, like how Reform describe themselves as a non-racist political party, why would you have to always put that at the top of my CV? Not a racist. Dr. Congo. But what sort of medicine does Dr. Congo have in store for us? Good old infinite monopropellant, eh? Umbongo, yeah. I hear they drink it in the Congo. Umbongo was a tropical fruit drink in Britain in the 1980s with an incredibly catchy advert. An advert that I think I can't play in all good consciousness until I get to kick. But delicious drink. When I was in Olive Garden in Las Vegas in 2007, I ordered, I can't even remember what cocktail it was, but it was weak as piss, but tasted almost exactly like Umbongo. Absolutely loved it. I had 3. All right, go on then. People have done more cancelable things on the internet than this. Umbongo advert. Here we go. It was a different time. It was a different time.
Way down deep in the middle of the Congo, a hippo took an every caught the guava and the mango. He stuck it with the others and he danced a dingy tango. The rhino said, I know, we'll call it Umbango. Umbango, the drink it in the Congo. Python picked the passion through the mammoth, said the mandarin. The parrot painted bandits got the hunk of voodoo land it is. So when it comes to sun and fun and goodness in the jungle, they all prefer the sunny, funny one they call Umbango.
Libby's Umbango. High juice drinks, free from artificial ingredients.
It's not actually clear whether or not they do drink it in the Congo. I think that might have been advertising rhetoric. Okay, 74 metres away, and we are now stationary. Good old infinite monopropellant, eh? We are now stationary, 73 metres away. Let's ease ourselves in then, shall we? Ooh, pardon. I'm still only using monopropellant. I am not using any actual propellant because I have infinite propellant cheat on. So the ingredients are native to another continent entirely. It was a simpler time when you just didn't have to in any way think about or consider anyone's cultural sensitivities. Didn't have to be nice to anyone. Okay, let's get this aligned. Okay. So, dare I say it, it looks a bit like this ship might be assembling itself finally. Christ knows what this is going to do to our frame rate. I dread to think. But here we are. After, I mean, what was that? An hour of me flapping around in space. We are now approaching our target at 40 centimetres a second. You've come to the right place for thrills and spills. Here we go. It's too orangey for crows. It's just for me and my dog. I'll be your dog. That was another one. I'm not playing that one, though. I'm going to drink it in the Congo. Right, so if I speed this up a bit, that should help. What's that? 40 metres. Okay, here we go. Good old infinite monopropellant. I've just got to play Harry's Chinese man from Tiswas. Must have been something. When I was sadly didn't speak to him, but gazing at Gary Wilmot from afar at lovely different Gary's memorial service. I was just thinking about how Gary Wilmot, light entertainment in the 80s, was 60% pretending to laugh at Jim Davidson and Bernard Manning, making another one of those comments. Whenever I see clips of Gary Wilmot in the 80s, that seems to be inevitably, within a few minutes, someone is going to say something kickable and he's going to have to look like a good sport. I did want to ask Gary Wilmot how many people he would happily have kicked in the nuts around that time. But, you know, it's a living, isn't it? 33 metres to go until our drive section meets up with our front section and we can finally make our way to Elu. 30 metres to go. Let's get this going a bit faster, shall we? 30 metres, 28 metres, 25 metres, 20 metres, 15 metres, 10 metres. There we go. Right, 10 metres away. Let's get this on target, shall we? Here we go. Should we zoom in? Yeah, aim the camera there, why don't you? Aim camera. There we go. All right. Okay. 8 metres to go. Seven metres. Just compensate for this. There we go. 6 metres. Five metres. Four and a half metres. Three and a half metres. 3 metres. 2.5. 2 metres. 1.5 metres. And dock. And dock. No. It's just going to bounce off. Okay. Please tell me these are the right way round. Okay, I think these are the right way round. That's happened before. Put the ports on backwards. Come on. We've come this far. Don't let me down. Some people, you know, stream games that require lightning quick reflexes. Social games usually featuring other human beings. That's not how this channel rolls. Single digit frame rate docking in real time. Oh, is it going to take? Is it going to take? No. Why won't you dock? Yeah, it docked. Oh, thank God. There we go. Right, lovely, done. We now have... Look at that. That's a spaceship. Now that is a spaceship. We've joined the halves together. But at what cost? At what cost? There we go. There is our spaceship ready to go to Elu. Let's make some calculations. All right then, let's go. Let's escape the curbing system. That's it. Out we go. Let's give ourselves plenty.
Fred's got plenty.
Plenty.
Arthur's got plenty. We've all got plenty.
Plenty.
Plenty to go round.
Plenty.
My wife's got what it takes.
Plenty to go around. All right. So where are we going? We're going Elu, aren't we? Let's target the planet Elu. It's quite a way out, isn't it? There we go. Set that as a target. Really do have the Umbongo theme in my head now. Okay. A little bit crystalline entity. Well, I believe the crystalline entity has as much right to exist as we do. I was thinking, you know, obviously about how Star Trek got worse. I often think that is a really defining moment in Star Trek when Picard comes face to face with a crystalline creature that has killed millions of colonists. What is it he says? Prepare the photon torpedoes. Let's hope we don't have to use them. That he argues for the right to have babies. Who's the fetus going to gestate? What are you going to do? Keep it in a box? That he argues for the crystalline entity's right to exist. You wouldn't get that these days, would you? It's different. Blow it up. Has as much right to exist as we do. Is that a cat's meow I can hear? I did say that I would... Meow? I did say I would wave a cat at the camera. Oh, hang on, we're not under construction. Meow, we're not under construction. We are, of course. Too choppy to watch him at the barber's back later. It might not be your connection. That might just be what the frame rate looks like. We're in space. Come here then. No. Meow.
He thinks the game is cruel. I've heard the game explained as many things and described in different ways. I've never heard anyone say it's cruel. What made you marry a wimp?
Did she perform? That's it. Look at the camera. There you go. Oh, she's so happy. She's so happy to see you. That's right. You're happy to see everyone. I'll be back in a moment. A 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. Right, let's get our journey to Elu nailed on. Okay. Yeah. Oh, of course, it's in a really weird inclination, isn't it? I see. Well, people are entitled. Okay. That's fine. Okay, well, we've got our exit node sorted. Anyway, if nothing else. Okay. Burn time 11 minutes. Start the burn in 27 minutes. An 11-minute burn. Oh, gosh. We're going to think of something else to talk about. Okay, let's get this ship on its way. Let's first control it from the front. Oh, my God. Yeah, I wonder why the frame rate's so low. Jesus Christ, there's a lot of bits on this. All being calculated how they all react against each other as well. Okay, I'll tell you what, why don't I control it from here? Okay, great. So if we face... Oh, I've still got infinite propellant on. Let's take that off. So infinite propellant, Your Honour. I'm going to point out, Your Honour, although I did have infinite propellant on for mono-propellant reasons, Your Honour, I did not use a single drop of actual rocket fuel while I had monopropellant, while I had infinite propellant enabled. So I don't want you thinking that I've skimped or cheated on our actual fuel load. Because if I start doing that, I mean, you know, I might as well just keep it on. So no actual rocket fuel has been cheated. I did, however, massage our monopropellant levels a bit because it was past midday and I still hadn't docked the ships together. Anyway, we are now Shelbury Kerman, now piloting thousands of tons of highly explosive and unstable fuel, is aligning himself to break orbit of Kerbin. And it looks like this burn, fortunately, is going to involve losing quite a few bits of engine. As we do this burn, more and more bits of our ship are going to fall off, and that really should help. That really should help our performance. Okay, so if I fast forward to our maneuver node. Okay, so if we fast forward, start the burn in 25 minutes. Okay. Press slash to cancel. Okay. As I say, once bits of this ship start falling off, hopefully our frame rate should return. This is, I would say, an excessively complicated ship. Take a last look, by the way, Shelbury, at your home. I mean, considering how this mission's gone so far, I wouldn't hold your breath about seeing your wife and kids again. I would not count on it. Look at the starving billions down below in the desert. The Kerbal's in the Kerbal space program. I like to think are like the 1% of the 1%. They're essentially Kerbal aristocracy, a pampered and sheltered group of Kerbals that live and breathe space, but have absolutely no contact with the horrors of the world they live in. It would only complicate things. Chep gets all the bitches. It would only complicate things if we let our Kerbonauts think about politics. The continued glory of the Kerbal hegemony really is all they should be thinking about. Right, okay, Shelbury, hit it. Here we go. We are officially off. Now, I should probably start transferring fuel from, let's say, this engine into these upper engines. If I select this engine, oh, where's that getting? Oh, have I? Oh, I remember. I wired it wrong, didn't I, and never fixed it. Okay. Oh, that's... Oh, no, I didn't wire it wrong. No, it's a central fuel tank that distributes fuel to the outer engines. Oh, no, that's fine then. That's fine. No worries there. Okay, so we are now accelerating. Let's put these down here. Let's leave them. Let's leave these ticking away down here, shall we? You can go there. You can go there. Right, we are now leaving the Kerbal system on the night side of the planet, denying Shelbury. Oh, something just exploded. Oh, shit! What's exploding? What's exploding? Something's blown up. That's not good. I think I might have just destroyed a few solar panels, which probably isn't the end of the world. Oh, God. Yeah, I see what's happening there. All right. I'm going to have to shut down these engines then. These are not compatible engines. Okay, fine. Shut down engine. Hey, looks like we've just got our glitch for the mission. Lols. Right. Let's shut down that engine. So, yeah, due to some poor modular design, I have created a spaceship that cooks itself. Let's shut these engines down for now. Okay. There we go. Yeah, solar panels. I think it was the solar panels exploding. It's all right. We've shut down those nasty engines. Okay. We'll just go by our rear end. Okay. Seems to be oddly stable. I think my frame rate might actually have gone up to double figures as well. Interesting. Obviously zooming out clearly helps. Okay. I'm a bit worried by the fact that we seem to be pointing down towards the planet. Our periapsis is falling and we're pointing to ourselves towards the planet. I'm going to trust the computer, but it's a worry. I guess by heading towards the planet, it's giving us a more powerful slingshot away, but even so. In other news, I think some sort of animal has done a big shite just outside the window here. Because it's not me. But the quality of the atmosphere in here has dropped off. Have I still got engines online? I've got engines here that say that they're alive, although there's no fuel coming out of them. Bongo, they drink it in the Congo. So we're underway, but the orbit's not exactly taking shape. And we are still pointing towards the planet. Your dad smelled a shite on the stream. Oh, yeah, unfortunately, there are some... It's really quite unpleasant. There are some bushes just outside here, which are perfect for shiting in. It might be one of the neighbours. I don't know if I've upset any of them recently. But if I had, doing a big shite in the hedge just outside my window would be an excellent... an excellently spiteful thing to do. Shiting anywhere out of spite shows a remarkable committing to the bit, doesn't it? I saw on the news that there was a guy arrested for continually and habitually shitting in swimming pools. In a way, I was a little bit jealous that there's a man who at least had found his thing. You know, he'd found the thing that made him happy. Must be nice. A pool pooer. That's Sunset Boulevard, isn't it? Sunset Boulevard. Where are the leaf blowers lately? No, they've not been here, have they? Yeah, the other day I was trimming my pubes. I was trimming my tree, my puby tree the other day, and there were a large quantity of leaves on the ground in my garden, and I got my leaf rake, and within 2 or 3 minutes, the leaves that were covering the entire ground were stacked up in a pile that I could then put in a bin. Raking leaves has to be pretty much the easiest task you could give anyone. It is the lowest of low stakes chore and exercise. Right, who wants to rake up leaves? Always volunteer for that, because pretty much any other job is going to be harder work than raking up leaves. Which is what I'm going to say next time one of our minimum wage council workers are out there. This raking of which I know. For years and years now, we've been toiling with the petrol-powered blowers, breathing in the carbon monoxide, firing hydrocarbons into the atmosphere, and all this time, a simple leaf rake, carbon-neutral leaf rake, was there all the time. Anyway, yeah, thank you for mentioning them. No, they're not out today. I would certainly be mentioning it if they were. And as I say, going out there and explain to them exactly how they're doing their job wrong. I don't do golf bunkers with blowers, do they? No. I mean, raking really is not one of life's more arduous chores. Cleaning up shite from a hedge next to your window, that's one. Replacing the S-bend drain at the bottom of a bath and then resealing it, that's another one. That's hot and smelly work. Yeah, pardon. Okay, so after all of this, we are now looking at a mighty apoapsis of 390. There we go. That's what we've achieved. In this whole time, this is what we've achieved. We've achieved an orbit that's ever so slightly larger than you might expect. obviously, it's a little bit deceptive, my negativity. This will expand at an exponential rate, but I think I'm happy to now just state unequivocally that this ship is too big. And that my quest, which was to not use the MERV engines, not use the very highly efficient low-power nuclear engines to get there, I deliberately eschewed those for the most part in favour of the more conventional Bernie engines. I think that has been a completely false economy. I think we've lost more time on frame rates and the sheer mass of this bloody thing. All of this oxidizer that we're having to haul around for these conventional engines, I think has just slowed us down in all the other ways. So you'd think that after, what have we got here? Is it 2,000 hours? Oh, not even that. Only 1,200 hours on Kerbal Space Program. Well, clearly Bernie Engines. He's the brother of Bernie In, I think. Yeah, what it is, I'll just in the game, most engines require liquid fuel and oxidizer to burn, because as we know, combustion requires heat, fuel, and oxygen. So most of these require liquid fuel and oxidizer. I think it's like 60-40. But obviously oxidizer has a lot of mass, obviously. If you use the nuclear engines, the MERV engines, they are extremely low oomph in that they don't, their acceleration and deceleration are extremely poor, but that not only are they very, very fuel efficient, which means you have to pack a lot less fuel in your ship, they also don't consume oxidizer, which pretty much slashes 40% off your mass at a stroke. So they're perfect for this sort of work, for going out deep into the solar system. The problem is that because they've got no oomph, it takes forever to perform a manoeuvre. When I've been doing this by myself in the past, I've had whole dinners, Gary Sandbrook level dinners, big dinners, while just leaving the computer to perform one manoeuvre. I went against that for this stream because I thought that would be streaming death, but I reckoned without the single-digit frame rate and the engine screaming to kind of to calculate every single component of this. One of his made-up friends, Bernie. I think all of his friends were real, weren't they? God, you know how often I think about Bob Mortimer's teacher with the hand lion. That when his, if you were naughty in his class, you had to go up to the desk and put your hand out and get punished by a miniature lion. When the lion was angry, he would... was it lick or strike? That was it. The lion would either reward you with a lick or punish you with a strike. Lick or strike. That one teacher has probably helped define a whole era of British comedy, filling little Bob's head with ideas. We do beg your pardon, but we are in your garden. Sorry. That was one of Bob Mortimer's other teenage activities, wasn't it? Him and his friends going into people's front gardens and chanting over and over again with increasing volume, we do beg your pardon, but we're in your front garden. That's what that was activities in the 70s anyway. That and they had that and bongo. My favourite line in Bob Mortimer's autobiography is when he's working at the slaughterhouse as a teenager, working at the slaughterhouse, wearing he goes wearing I want to say it's a Newcastle top. Checks in theft and shrubbery. We always felt we were stealing something from them. He goes to. He finds out his supervisor. Is wearing a Sunderland top, and so gives Bob Mortimer the worst job, which is beaks and legs. After it's a chicken slaughterhouse. The beaks and legs are held and then dumped in on a slide, and Bob Mortimer's job was to catch the beaks and legs as they cascaded down the tube, and to throw them onto the fire. The smell, he said, will live with him forever. My favourite line is the woman who'd been working in the slaughterhouse for 30 years and so had the relatively plum job of chicken slaughterer. She sat alone in a room with a sharp knife and a blood gutter, and the chickens would emerge, would enter the room alive, trussed up by their feet on a wire, and they would come past her upside down and struggling, and relentlessly, one by one, she would gut them alive, knife in, straight down, and the blood and viscera, the sound of the shrieking chickens and the blood and viscera would fall down and obviously fall into the gutter and be led elsewhere. And she did that job 40 hours a week, Monday to Friday, sat alone in a room, slaughtering and gutting chickens, screaming chickens as they're fed into a room on a wire. And Bob Mortimer just says, I wonder what her dreams were like. I don't know why that tickles me so much, but I do wonder what were her dreams like. How long do you think doing that job before you stop feeling anything? I reckon 90 minutes. I reckon 90 minutes of relentless, repetitive chicken slaughter, and you just grow a scab over that part of your brain. Defense mechanism. I'm feeling inclined, because of this very long manoeuvre, I'm feeling inclined, Peter Cook style, to talk about the worst job I ever had. I've definitely told this story before on this stream, so many apologies to everyone who's heard it. I'm 46, I've got 2 kids, and nothing happens to me anymore. So my stories are finite. The worst job I ever had, well, the second to worst job I had, and it wasn't the job itself that was bad at all. It was fine. I was on the bins. I was on the bin lorries as a student in Canterbury. As a job, by the way, great job. You get to hang off a truck, and obviously there's no physical labour involved, because the back of the you get the wheelie bins, and this is 2001, and we still had wheelie bins at this point. You just get the wheelie bin, you attach it to the back of the truck. The truck lifts up the wheelie bin, deposits the contents, puts the wheelie bin back, and then you wheel the wheelie bin back where it came from. Obviously, if the wheelie bin was inside the property, if it wasn't on the pavement, if it was inside the property, you don't touch it. We don't go on other people's property, Edward. You don't touch it. If they haven't put it out on the pavement, sod 'em. was very much the policy. It was quite pleasing seeing people's wheelie bins hopefully perched just inside their fence and leaving them. It was nice to be on the other side of that equation. Anyway, that job was fine, absolutely fine. It was the guy I was working with. I was a student, and he had a very Paul Calf view of students. He was not a fan of higher education, and boy did he let me know it. He was a big old chip on his shoulder because he'd been on semi-legendary 80s 90s Channel 4 quiz 15 to 1, which is basically it's just answering questions. He was absolutely furious. Shall I tell you who's a cunt? Oh, hello. Oh, good. I've just dropped the C-bomb just as... Hello, Rowan. Hello, Rowan. I hope you're very well today. I hope all is well. I'm going to carry on telling this story about the worst jobs I've ever had. Shall I tell you who's a cunt? William G. Stewart. It was how he started. Was how he started his anecdote. William G. Stewart was the host of 15 to 1. I'll tell you who's a cunt. William G. Stewart. I had one life left, and he asked me, "What is 1,000th of a millimetre?" And I said, "Micrometer." And he said, "No. The correct answer is micrometer." Now, that's not fair, is it? Now, you and I, you probably know, as I did at the time, that a micrometer and a micrometer are actually two separate things. A micrometer is it's an instrument for measuring the weather, and a micrometer is a unit of measurement. I didn't think it was a good idea to point this out to him. So I didn't, but my God, did he go on about micrometers and micrometers, and about how a university education will do me no good at all. Well, look at me now. But to get away from that guy, because I couldn't fucking stand him, I said, "Oh, is there another, at the waste and reclamation facility? Is there anywhere other sort of department that needs help?" "Oh yeah, there's Vinny. Vinny could always do with a pal." So I was moved off the bin lorry and worked with Vinny. Now Vinny's job was fly tipping, cleaning up after fly tipping. As I'm sure there are these days in the Canterbury area at the turn of the century. There were a lot of travellers, gypsies, travelling communities, shall we say, and they would park themselves in a field for a week or two, and then move on, leaving behind piles of human shit, waste, miscellaneous rubble. After micrometer, there's a nanometer. There we go. Again, probably wouldn't have helped if I'd pointed that out to him. But yeah, essentially cleaning up human shit, rubble, and spunky mattresses was his job. Again, at least you're out in the fresh air. And so we got a call to clear up in the morning. We had obviously gloves and suits and shovels, so we're clearing all the actual shit into bags, and there is a spunky mattress on the floor. Now I promise you, this sounds like a detail I would make up just to spice up the anecdote a bit. I promise you this happened. Vinny said, "Oh, good, there's a mattress. There's usually some porn in a mattress. I'm going to have a look." He got his knife. He cut open the spunky mattress, and my God, that man had a talent for pornography, because right enough, when he cut the mattress open, out came the Polaroids. Your finest homemade Polaroid gypsy flap shots from what I remember, just Polaroids of red, raw, angry holes. Vinny had hit the fucking jackpot. I remember it was a goodly amount, like 4 or 5 of them at least. But yeah, they had whether or not the travellers had done it on purpose as a gift to the nation or not. But what an odd time to hop on the stream. But yeah, Vinny knew how to where the grot was hidden, and he he hit the jackpot. If red, raw, angry holes are your bag, which they clearly were for Vinny, then he had an excellent day. And to be fair to Vinny, he did offer me some to take home, which I politely declined. So that was our morning, shoveling shit and looking at holes. And he said, "Oh well, there's not going to be much else this morning. Why don't you come back to my house? Who declines free grot?" I mean, bearing in mind, I had Rob Zoop's Celebrities was in its heyday at that point. That was much more my wheelhouse. 96 individual frames of Philippa Forrester turning round in a tight tank top on Robot Wars. Bernie Engines, there we go. There will be a new Kerbal called Bernie Engines as soon as we're back at the Space Centre. I'm just filling time for this incredibly long manoeuvre node with the story of my previous jobs. Anyway, he said, well, that's us done for the morning. Why don't you come back to my house and we'll have lunch, which was a nice offer. So Vinny, we took Vinny's van back to his house. When I stepped into his house, I realised there was a non-zero possibility that I wouldn't be leaving. What first alerted me that Vinny was possibly... Well, what sort of alerted me to the fact that Vinny found it quite difficult to find people willing to work with him was the first thing he noticed going into his living room was the skulls. He had a lot of skulls, animal skulls mainly. There were skulls everywhere. There were skulls on the mantelpiece. There were skulls on the shelves. There were skulls on the floor because he had so many skulls he'd run out of surfaces to put them on. Noticing me looking at the skulls, he explained that because his job and therefore our job involved picking up roadkill, or just generally just clearing up shit off the floor, but yeah, clearing up roadkill, he decided to make a hobby of it. And he told me that whenever he found whenever he was sent to roadkill or found roadkill, he would pop it in the back of his van, take it home, cut the heads off, boil them. He didn't show me his head boiling pans. I didn't see his kitchen. I didn't really want to. But he would... you didn't hear anything. It's like we're back at Vinny's house and he's explaining the skulls. But yes, he would, rather than throw roadkill away, waste. You don't want to waste good roadkill. He would cut the head off, skin it and boil the skulls, and then put each skull up on his mantelpiece as a trophy. Vinny also had a glut of skulls. He also had a very beautiful golden retriever, who, given that this happened 25 years ago, I can only assume has now joined the skulls. Hello. One day you'll be on the mantelpiece. Yes, you will. I can't deny the obvious affection and love he had for his dog. But yes, he announced to me that one day his dog's skull will be joining the others. He invited me upstairs, which, if I, knowing what I know now, I probably would have declined. He showed me his tattoo parlour. He had what I assume is also an unlicensed tattoo parlour upstairs. He was also working. He had the chair and the gun and all the equipment. He also had a bust with quite an elaborate locutus of Borg head that he'd made. He'd made himself his own Borg headpiece. It was pretty good, but he said he often liked wearing his Borg headpiece while polishing his skulls. Look, in life, every saucepan has a pot. Oh, Vinny was the guy that I was assigned to work with by Waste and Reclamation, by Canterbury Council's Waste and Reclamation Department. Anyway, an odd fella. We sat and watched The Simpsons. He made me lunch, and I sat and watched The Simpsons, surrounded by the eyeless, grinning skulls of the roadkill of Kent. It was the episode, a mediocre episode. It was the one with Luke Skywalker at the convention. It was all right. And then we got a call on the radio. A new traveller site in a field. Travellers have moved on. There's also a large dead animal. And Vinny's exact words were, "Oh, good, another one for my collection." And it was with some dread that we got back in the van and went to the field, where again your usual collection of human shit, rubble, and spunky mattresses was there. And ominously, oh, hang on, I've just remembered I usually can't tell this story without gagging. Ominously, a blue tarpaulin with a kind of horribly familiar lump shape underneath it. And we arrived on site and we stood around the tarpaulin. Jesus Christ. And he lifted the tarp. What it is, I've got to try not to... I'm trying to remember the situation so I can tell you. But as I remember the situation, I can also remember everything else about it. He lifted the tarpaulin, and it had been hot, and there was... I don't know how long it had been there. 2 weeks? I'd say a 2-week dead Alsatian that was home. It was home to a number of wriggling parasites. And the process of decomposition, Jesus Christ, the tarpaulin had sort of sealed the dog corpse away from the world, so the gases and the processes of decomposition had been contained under the tarpaulin. So as he lifted up the tarpaulin, we were hit by about 2 weeks of decomposition. That sweet, it's almost a sweet smell. It's that sort of vomity sweet smell. I'm sure you've all smelt it at some point. It's genetically encoded to be a smell that you never really want to... Anyway, to cut a long story short, I was not just sick. I remember genuinely wondering if I was going to bring up Bernard Manning style, if I was going to bring up my own pelvis bone. I threw up. There goes lunch, obviously. I threw up explosively and comprehensively in the hedge. Real disabling vomiting as well. Absolutely no perception of the outside world outside of the fact that I was turning myself inside out. When I'd finished, Vinny was stood there watching and waiting, and said, "Eddie, I'm going to drag him into. I'm going to drag him into the van, could you give me a hand? I refused. That was... It wasn't a difficult refusal. That was a refusal. I said, no, I'm not going to do that. He didn't argue, but he said, well, OK, well, but could you at least help me drag it into a hedge? I'll come back later. I'll come back and pick him up later. He was very, very excited about the Alsatian skull. Bigger than the skull of his golden retriever. I mean, from his point of view, it had been an amazing day. Mattress grot in the morning and a big dog skull in the afternoon. It was a red letter day for Vinny. For me, it was my first day on the job. I also refused... I also refused to help him with that. Well, here's your answer almost, Matt. He dragged the dog by the rear legs. I will never, ever forget the sound that those legs made as they started separating from the body. Dear God. Dear God. He dragged the dog corpse by its rear legs as they kind of... like a sort of chicken drums, like peeling the skin off a chicken drumstick. I mean, they held, I think there was enough muscle and cartilage to keep them basically attached. But hearing those legs disassociate themselves from the hips of a 2-week-old dead dog as it's dragged into a hedge by a taxidermist psychopath remains to this day the worst job I've ever had. I wish, just for the sake of stories that I had stuck to that job, but I'm afraid to say, dear viewer, that was the last day that I worked for Kent County Council's Waste and Reclamation Department, and I'm afraid Vinny, possibly to this day, is still looking for a partner for his... I mean, good luck to him. Good luck to him. He was a man, you know. There's a job. There's a job there's a job out there. Every job is someone's dream, and Vinny had certainly found his, but it was sadly not a dream that I wanted to be part of. I hate telling that story. I hate it. I just remember it. Well, you know, it's not something you forget, is it? Working on the bins with, you know, who's a cunt, William G. Stewart, you know. I never knew how good I'd had it. Look, he enjoyed his work. I'd much rather someone was doing that job and enjoying it than not, you know? You know. I have a very strong feeling he would have done that job for free. So getting paid... the money wasn't bad, if I remember right. Certainly as a temporary student job. I think it was like... I think in 2001, if I remember right, it was like £9-10 an hour. So, you know, there were compensations, but one day was enough. Anyway, that's the worst job I ever had. How's this orbit doing? Oh, it's looking a bit better. We've just about crossed the moon's orbit, although we're still some way Kent Dog's dead. Oh, as I say, you know, I don't doubt that that his golden retriever is pride of place next to the Alsatian, and hopefully he got his Borg helmet finished as well. Crime scene cleaners is another one of those jobs, yeah. Me and my daughter really loved playing Viscera Cleanup Detail. Annoyingly, it's a PC only game. It's a lovely game. The idea is you have to clear up after Doom. It's set. You're the cleaners in a sort of space facility or whatever that's had a first person shooter happen in it. So it's just dismembered bodies everywhere. Sort of key cards and doors and weapons, and you've just got to clean it all away. So you've got to kind of pick up arms and legs, stick them in the furnace. You get a mop and a bucket. You've got to make sure everything's clean. You've got to stack objects up because you've got to clean the ceiling. It's a really, really good game. If you ever see Viscera Cleanup Detail going cheaply on stream, I recommend it. Obviously it takes hours to clean all the blood and viscera away, but my God, is it satisfying. My daughter was well into that. Oh, it's great as well when you do it 2-player. You fill up, you have buckets that obviously get bloody very, very quickly, and they're also very, very easy to walk over and spill all over the floor. The sound of your if you're doing a co-op, the sound of your partner kicking over a bucket and seeing it run all over the floor is a horrible moment. But yeah, good game, that Viscera Cleanup Detail. I should play that again. Yeah, I never saw the Greg Davis series about the crime scene cleaner. I saw the Greg Davis series, was it Man Down, the one he did with Rick Mayall? That was all right. That was okay. Right then, so we're now due to escape. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to cut the engines. There we go. That's the engines cut. Power Wash Simulator is nice too. Yeah, what it is, I do want to play Power Wash Simulator and like those home flipping games. The problem is that my flat is a fucking disgrace, and also it needs a power wash. I could really do with hiring a power washer and cleaning this place up, and so I can't, on a moral level, I can't really justify getting a game that simulates it when I could and should just do it in real life. Any sort of game that involves, tidying up a house is morally unjustifiable to me, sadly. Viscera Cleanup's all right because I don't have. It's no longer my job to clear up viscera. Okay, let's get this the hell out of this system, shall we? Off we go. There we go. All right. So, Shelbury Kerman is now leaving, possibly for the last time, leaving the curbing system behind. He's curbing his instincts to have a little cry as he heads out into deep space. There's Kerbin there, that barely recognisable dot on the horizon. Right, let's get ourselves into deepish space and then set up a new manoeuvre node and head to Elu. I'm just waiting for a sphere of influence change to happen. Oh, the Fenton 7. Oh, who fancies getting a slightly better frame rate? The Fenton 7 is due a manoeuvre node. Now, that's exciting. The Fenton! Oh, Christ. Yes, the Fenton 7, which is currently distributing satellites in the Joule system, has asked for attention. Excellent news. Right.
Right.
Let's pay Fenton some attention.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Benton! Oh, Jesus Christ! Benton!
Oh, Christ. Fenton's official book. Well, I hope Fenton got some of the royalties, if not all. Right, here we go. Let's go and meet Fenton. Where is he? 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 Fenton. Is it this? Is it the Fenton 7 relay? I'm not sure it is, you know. Isn't it? Hello, Everett the Nugget. How do I escape the atmosphere? More boosters. More boosters. Make your rocket as pointy as possible and stick as many boosters on as you can. You'll escape the atmosphere, no problem then. The trick is getting into orbit. Get yourself up 70,000 metres above the atmosphere and point east. You'll do it eventually if you've got enough fuel on board. Where is... Have I deleted Fenton? Where is he? We've got the Fenton relay here, which is due to orbit pole. Where's the other one? Where's the other one? Main Joule relay orbiting Joule. No, it's not that one either. Have I deleted it? I deleted it. I think I might have done. Have I lost Fenton? Really odd. Really odd. I don't know what's happened there. I might well reload and see what's happened there. There should be a ship called the Fenton, obviously, approaching Lathe for us to get into a nice orbit around Lathe, but I don't know where it's gone. Let me have a quick look. If I just reload the last quick save. Unless it's been destroyed. It might have been, you know. It is possible. Because there's all of those... there's a lot of moons whizzing around. And I'm not sure the Fenton was on the most safe orbit. Is it possible that while we've been doing other things, that the Fenton that went all the way to Jewel has had an accident? What's going on with my alarm clock? Where are we? The Fenton 7. The Fenton 7. Time to pay attention to Fenton 7. Okay, well, you say that. Let's go back to the tracking station. If the Fenton 7 isn't here, I think I've destroyed it. I put it on an orbit. It was in an orbit around Jewel that was between... Hello, Ice King of Space. Hello. Thank you very much for following. Massively appreciated. Thank you very, very much. You're following us on a bit of a weird day. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Lovely to see you. Hello. We've had some spectacular successes over the last few days. Today is not one of those days. Today is the day that I wonder, have I destroyed one of my most important ships through neglect? Does the Fenton 7 exist? There it is! Right, there it is. So the answer was no.
What have I done?
What have I done?
At times you think, Christ, what have I done?
What have I done? There, good. Right, now, there's the Fenton 7. Christ knows what I did before. Actually, maybe I did destroy it. Maybe it's on... maybe it is on a... maybe it is on a crash course. Well, let's see what we can do with the Fenton 7. So, if I'm not mistaken, we should just have one more satellite to deploy around Lathe, and we should be all right. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look-see at Fenton 7 and see see what's what. Here we are. Beautiful. There we go. Around the beautiful gas giant of Jewel. Here we are. Lovely. Okay, how many... oh, yes. So we do only have one more satellite to deploy, and we've got all of this lovely over-engineered... Hang on. I've got no monopropellant left. That's annoying. We've got this lovely over-engineered spaceship to get it there. That's right. Good. Now, what was my node doing? That's exactly what... oh, good. There we go. That is what happened to the Fenton 7. We have an answer. I did crash into Lathe. It's a crash course. Is Lisby going on training? Now, I know what your first thing... so the baby's crying, Lisby. What's the first thing you try to do? No. No. No, definitely not that. Okay. Well, in that case, then, let's head towards this node. Oh, that's what it is. No, don't put your mouth on it and blow, Lisby. Try a saline solution. Okay, so I thought we'd be better off. You were right. You were right. I was wrong. What have I done? What have I done to my orbit? Okay, so I think what's happened here is Fenton is going round and round and is about to crash into Lathe. Let's have a look. 5 days. 4 days. Maybe not. 4 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours. Here we go. Here we go. Now we know. Yes, we bloody well are. Look, here we go. That's it. That's what happened to us. It's due to crash right into Lathe. That's where we lost it. There we go. Look at that. It's... Wow, that needs... Okay, fine. That's fine. Okay, let's get this in orbit then. So I have achieved an orbit in a way without even... Yeah, there we go. Without even firing... Oh, Bill. Without even firing an engine, I've managed to get us to Lathe in the most direct way imaginable. Okay, so let's get this in orbit then. Yeah, something like that. No, not even that. Come on. Good. Well, I'm glad we got answers. There we go. All right, a nice periapsis of what, 100? No, not 63. Are you having a laugh? There we go. A nice periapsis of about 100. That should do it. Okay, so let's get ourselves lined up. Oh, right. This is an old... Oh, God, no. All right, this is an old ship. Before I researched... Oh, there you go. You can see Lathe right there. Eagle-eyed viewers may notice the large blue planet heading right for us. Let's ease this ship around. And I remember when this ship, I thought, was one of the heaviest ships we'd build. How little I knew. Let's get this ship pointing sideways and try and stop ourselves from crashing into the planet. Stop. Okay. So, there we go. So, we're heading straight towards it. We're just trying to give ourselves... Jules, isn't it lovely? What a lovely... What a pretty system it is. In fact, you're right. I'll just take a little picture, I think. There we go. Something like that. Something for the socials. There we go. Let's burn our fuel and get ourselves going around the planet rather than straight into it. Am I about to lose this big old tail? Yes, I am. Oh, pardon. Okay, let's pollute the planet Jewel with our discarded shit. Let's disconnect here. Let's send this large toxic piece of equipment down onto those virgin oceans. Meanwhile, we'll activate this engine. There we go. And continue with our node. See you later. The big green thermos flask of environmental catastrophe. Okay. Let's stick to our nodes, shall we? And see where this takes us. And we're done. Okay. How are we doing? What's our trajectory looking like? 100. That'll do. Great. So we're going to come right past the planet. We're going to sort of come alarmingly close to the atmosphere, at which point we'll kick in the retros and get ourselves in a nice tight orbit. And what I'm going to do here, this ship is obviously absolutely bursting. That's hitting lathe, that stage. Oh yeah, that is making a splush. Let's get ourselves in a nice orbit around lathe. This ship is absolutely full of fuel. So what that means is when we come back, we know that we've got a shitload of fuel in this system orbiting the planet. At some point in the future, we're going to be very grateful that this exists, as we're inevitably going to come back to this system and run out of fuel. And at least we'll know where we can find some more. So here we come. One day, this will be our home from home. One day, this planet will be populated by our people. Not today, but these are the first steps. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice atmosphere. Nice atmosphere. Shame if something were to happen to it. Like civilization. Have I placed a docking port? Yes. But also, as I think Legitimate Beef pointed out, you can also get fuel just by having a grabber. So you can grab onto a ship like it was an asteroid and extract the fuel that way. But yes, we do have docking ports. But it's not the be-all and end-all, thankfully. I used to think it was, but as I say, Legitimate Beef taught me the power of the claw. So let's get ourselves nice and orbited. Yeah, I know. It's obvious, really. When you claw your way, when you attach yourself to a ship with the claw, you then become one unit. You become one ship, and so then you can just transfer fuel between your fuel tanks. The claw. Oh, the moment that asteroid bounced into my claw in those cages. God, the relief. Anyway, so we're slowing down now. We're slowing. Oh, it's already a nice looking orbit. Very good. Okay, so this is now slowing down into a nice circular orbit. I'm thinking about the other ship, about the ship that we're sending off to Elu. That's got a lot of manoeuvring still to go. What I might do a bit later, if you're that desperate, by the way, do switch your notifications on. I might do a little bit of off-stream manoeuvring, but to keep my hands where you can see them, I might, like I did with driving towards the meteor, I might do a little no cam, no mic stream, just so you can see there's no funny business. Also, it keeps me honest. If I start doing stuff off stream without you lot watching, the temptation to cut corners and cheat might be too much. And I want and crave your respect, so I don't want to do that. Unlike docking ports, AG by default does not allow the transfer of resources. This can be changed by the difficulty settings of your save. Well, if it's on normal difficulty, maybe we're all right. I'll sod it. We'll be fine. Oh, we've got docking ports anyway, probably, he says slightly uncertainly. Anyway, docking ports or not, it's time to release the very last satellite. This is the last one. You're the only astronaut I know. Let's decouple. There we go. Boom. And here is. Should we deploy the old solar panels? There we go. There we go. And that is mission complete for Fenton. This mission, I mean, how long has this been going on for? This is a good 3 weeks, I reckon, ago, in real time. This is about 3 weeks of send an engineer and it can place docking ports. Another excellent idea, thank you. But anyway, this is the Fenton's mission. Actually, is there another satellite on board? Oh, no, that's it. Okay, so the Fenton's primary mission, which was to deliver a satellite to every body in the dual system. Incredible effort for one satellite. It's been multiple satellites. Is pretty much complete. Now, there is one left, this one here, the Fenton 7 relay. That is due... That's on a bit of a... it's on a very wide orbit. That still has 200 days left on its mission before that hits its manoeuvre node. But apart from that, every moon in this system now has a satellite orbiting it for reconnaissance reasons. So congratulations, Fenton. Your primary mission is complete. We will leave Fenton, which is now, by this point now, quite an ancient piece of technology. We will leave Fenton orbiting Lathe forever. And if in the future we desperately need a large supply of fuel, there are ways and means. There are ways and means. Does it have any docking ports? You know what? Maybe it doesn't. We might even have launched this before I even unlocked the medium-sized docking port. I should have sent an engineer. Yeah, engineer would have helped. Anyway, there we go. Right, well, that's Fenton sorted. We can call him a success. Let's head back to Kerbin, because we have got a giant bastard of a ship to worry about. Let's go back to the tracking station, shall we? And let's see what's next. So, the Elu Dolly is going further than Jewel. It is going out to Elu. Now, Elu will briefly be crossing Jewel's orbit, much like Pluto and Neptune. It will be crossing Jewel's orbit and will be closer to Kerbin than Jewel. However, that is only half the story. It's also travelling relatively much, much faster than Jewel. Therefore, getting to Elu isn't really the issue. It's once we get to Elu, it's slowing down enough that we're able to drop into an orbit around Elu. That's going to be where most of the burning occurs. The Fenton 7 relay, the Elu Dolly 2. There we go. Right. Elu Dolly 2. So, yeah, getting to Elu's going to be okay. Stopping at Elu, tough. And then, of course, this is, of course, a manned mission, or should I say a Kerbal mission, with Shelbury Kerman on board. Oh, almost Matt. You've named a Kerbal, haven't you? Hang on, I should bear that in mind. What was he going to be called again? Slightly disturbing going back through chat. Oh my God, I didn't talk about Umbongo, did I? Please tell me I didn't play the Umbongo advert. Join me tomorrow on Kick. Matt, if you're there, could you just remind me what you wanted your Kerbal to... Bernie engines, thank you. Thank you. There we go. Welcome our new Kerbal, Bernie engines. There we go. Lovely. All right, here we are. Back with this sod. Okay. Let's get rid of this maneuver node, whatever it is. That's no good to us. Okay, so what's this doing? This is on its way out of the Kerbal system. That's fine. Let's let that happen then. Let's let it drift. There we go. All right, so the Elu Dolly is now in deepish space. Okay, good. So what do I want to do? Descending node 6.1. Okay, well, I guess if we hit the periapsis here and add a maneuver node, let's see if we can catch Elu, shall we? So if I've got my periapsis here, okay, and then I expand it out, so we go. So what I might do, if you put if you're not bothered, obviously don't. It's fine. You're not going to miss anything. But what I might do, I might well do this maneuver node later on in the day and stream it as a an exciting no mic, no camera stream. I should probably do it before the kickoff, shouldn't I? Anyway, if nothing else, there'll be a nice VOD. There'll be some VOD evidence that no funny business has occurred. So yeah, keep your notifications on if you want to watch some more maneuvers that are too boring for the mainstream. Okay, so that'll take us out at least to Elu level. We've got an ascending node of 6.1. Let's try and sort out our inclination, shall we? What does that say now? That says 6.1 still. Yeah. Disappointing. And what if I did... Oops. And what if... Oh, God. And what if I did even more? What if I did that? What would that say then? That would say 6. Okay, so that is at least in the right area. So if I then keep that going, what does that say? 6.1. All right. That's as good as that's going to get then. So 6. Okay, fine. All right. And then I can pull that in a bit. Okay, good. And that is 10 minutes of burn time, 2,543 meters per second. Okay. And that burn will be happening in 38 days. Okay, well, let's set the alarm clock because we don't want to miss that, do we? Let's set the alarm clock and then make our way there. There we go. All right. Full speed, if you please. Here we go. So time moves on. The impersonal, loveless ballet of the bodies continues. The universe continues to rotate, and we wait for time to elapse. Once this is on its way to Elu, we're going to have years to wait before it gets there. So I'm going to start thinking up of some actual fun, some fun missions involving small craft that we can do. Maybe it is time to redesign a lunar rover for Bill. Poor old Bill. Oh, Bill. Oh, Bill. Maybe Bill could do with a new rover. So maybe we should look at that tomorrow. Getting a smaller, more efficient rover to Bill's moon base, so he can drive around on his dune buggy. Because Bill's just been stuck on the moon with nothing to do, and I am worried for him. Okay. Right.
Right.
Now, what have we got in the way of monopropellant? We've got some. Okay. There's a big ship. A big pink ship. Oh, apparently I should have started this burn 5 minutes ago. Oh, well, in that case, I might as well hit the engines. There we go. There we go. Let's get this bugger manoeuvred at 6 frames per second. Okay. So yeah, tomorrow, let's build a moon buggy. Let's do something fun. Not that today and yesterday haven't been eight hours of pure, solid entertainment. But it's all got a little bit serious, hasn't it? We need a fun little car. Maybe two little... Oh, maybe we could get Bill 2 cars. One for when the other car crashes. We're going to need it to sort of push it over. Maybe Valentina could bring them to him. Maybe Bill and Valentina could have a car each and could do some racing. Yeah, cars on the moon tomorrow, I think. Cars on the moon. We haven't been to the moon for a while as well, so that sounds good. Eagle-eyed viewers will see that I actually hit the wrong button there. I've just been facing the wrong way for quite a while. I have regrets.
Look after Mr. Bond. See that some harm comes to him.
But yeah, at the moment, I'm quite desperate for this ship to burn its fuel. It needs to be reduced in size. The smaller this ship gets, the kinder our frame rate's going to be. Now, here we go. That's got it rotated to where I want it. How's my monopropellant doing? Not amazing. All right. Let's turn the monopropellant off. There we go. All right. Well, this is now on course. Burn time 10 minutes. And what's that going to achieve for us? That's going to get us here. So I'm still not getting a decent... I'm still not intercepting Elu. I'm sort of getting it into the Elu area, but I'm still not picking it up. I guess when we get to the ascending node, we'll be on the same inclination, and that's going to make life a little bit easier. But we're still firing into the dark a bit, really. Hey-ho. So the other question is, if I leave this ship now, will it carry on burning, or does it stop burning when I'm not controlling it anymore? According to this, sorry, I say this, like you know what that is. According to this bar here, by the time we've completed this maneuver node, we will have shed a lot of this ship. What I'm quite pleased about so far, and again, maybe this is over-engineered, we're still burning through. I was a bit worried that we wouldn't be able to burn, that this whole rear section would barely get us away from Kerbin. It does look like this rear section, although massive and ungainly and vaguely humiliating for my computer, it does seem to be getting us most of the way there. So I would say the odds of Shelbury... You all right, Shelbs? How's it going? Oh, that's your view, is it? It's not. Sorry about that. We probably could have designed... We could have designed a better view out of your windows, couldn't we? How many smoky bacon have you got through? Warranty void if opened. Well, we could probably turn off those lights if that's bothering you. We do have too many lights on, I do agree. This ship, by the way, is not nuclear powered. A nice decaying plutonium core is available to us, despite us flying out to the very reaches of the solar system. I am still determined to make this as solar powered as possible. Just to, you know, impress Ed Miliband. Kerbin might be crippled by astonishing levels of poverty and lack of access to free water, but the space program is working towards carbon neutral. At least that's what it says on our glossy pamphlets. Just don't pay too much attention to the details. Don't listen to the naysayers. There's a, you know, There's a lot of jealousy. Anyone who criticises the Kerbal Space Agency's financial priorities are just haters. Oh, but what about the famine? I'm giving, by sending this ship off to distant stars, I'm giving the starving of Kerbin something much more valuable than food and water. Hope. You know, we as our rockets fly over the planet, they're free. There's no charge for looking up. They're free to all. You can look up in the sky and see one of our rockets. Don't you worry. Don't you worry about paying us a penny. That's on us. That's for you. Aspiration. It gives the starving a goal, something they can achieve. They pull themselves up by their bootstraps, if they haven't already eaten their bootstraps for the leather. You know. So much more valuable than blankets and sanitation. I'm giving them... I'm giving their minds the keys of aspiration. I mean, we'll never. I mean, you know. I mean, obviously, the Kerbonauts are handpicked from the most wealthy families in our society. Shelbury, for example, is actually a duke, or rather. He will be when his father and his older brother die. But he's also a bloody good bloke. If you met him, you know. He does a lot of bloody good work for he's into his classic cars. So what the hell am I talking about? Yeah, this is the bit that I thought, I should probably do this as a no mic, no camera stream. And yet, here we are. I've got nothing to do till 5 o'clock, so... apart from go out and get menaced by some squirrels again. I haven't been to see my baby squirrels for a bit. I expect they've grown up and are now just fully horrifying squirrels. Haven't gone to see my little coot chicks either. See how many of them have succumbed to the rats over the last week. Oh, we've got no. You haven't got me right up to the big match. I haven't been out for a walk for a long time, so I do. No. Sorry, I've dangled a delicious possibility. No, for my own sanity, I do actually need to go out and have a look at some squirrels and some waterfowl, and then come back again. I've not done that for quite a bit, and I'm starting to go a bit odd in here. So no, I will be leaving the house fairly soon to force some wildlife down myself. Officer. But it's also occurred to me, a nice walk for the mental health, yeah. While listening to my horrible Stephen King book that makes me feel vaguely sick. What's happened with my Stephen King book is what happens with quite a lot of them. I didn't pay any attention to how long the book actually is, which with Stephen King is a bit of an error. And I've just been listening to the book, feeling that it's, coming to an end, and thinking, oh, this has been pretty good. I'd say overall a pretty satisfying story, with a beginning, a middle, and an end. It's been pretty good. And then I've looked at it's an audio book, by the way, and I've looked, and I'm still under halfway through, and now new characters are being introduced. The Langoliers, yes, thank you. I will do. Thank you. Yes. The next one probably won't be Stephen King, but I will be returning to King's work. Thank you, yes. But yeah, I've to my absolute dismay, I'm only about halfway through the book that I assumed was ending, and he's now introduced a whole load of new characters that I'm going to have to concentrate on knowing. I feel a bit tired. My wife felt the same about Breaking Bad. She stopped watching Breaking Bad at the end of series 4. Okay, I mean, spoilers for Breaking Bad, I suppose, somehow. For her, her ending was Gus Fring getting blown up by Hector, and Walter White phoning up Skylar and saying, "I won." For my wife just decided, right, that's it, that's my ending. I got it. That's the ending. I have told her that series 5 of Breaking Bad is probably my favourite series. She does not want to know anything. She was very hostile about Better Call Saul. She didn't want to know any details about Better Call Saul because she didn't want any. In my wife's version of Breaking Bad, Hank remains ignorant. Hank remains, well, alive and in ignorance. My wife's world is a slightly happier world. Series 1 is a weird one when you... Oh, Henmania, I'm going to say the thing that probably every arsehole has ever said to you, and you're going to roll your eyes and completely ignore it. But Better Call Saul is very good. Oh, you should try Better Call Saul. I love Better Call Saul. What I would say with Better Call Saul is it's got a very uneven... well, like every other bloody series that's ever been made. Oh, stick with it. Oh, it gets really good. I'd say the first few episodes of Better Call Saul, it's finding its feet. It's far too indebted to Breaking Bad. The first couple of episodes of Better Call Saul are about not Hector, Tuco Salamanca. So he gets straight in with the cartel and Tuco Salamanca and all of that stuff, and it really does feel like a Breaking Bad spin-off. But that sort of ends after a couple of episodes, and then it really finds its feet as a really low-stakes, low-key, vaguely menacing character piece. And I love it, absolutely love it. And recently I did the rewatch. I watched Better Call Saul, minor spoilers for Better Call Saul, I suppose. I watched almost all of Better Call Saul. Tuco Suleiman, yeah, it is Tuco, isn't it, with the grill? But yes, I watched almost all of Better Call Saul, and then in the last series of Better Call Saul, it overlaps with Breaking Bad. So I watched Better Call Saul, almost all of it. Then I watched Breaking Bad, and then having finished watching Breaking Bad, I then watched the end of Better Call Saul, because Better Call Saul does, it does a before and after. It worked great. So I do actually genuinely, if you ever wondered, narratively it works fantastically. Interestingly, I did go to an evening with Bob Odenkirk, being interviewed by Charlie Brooker, weirdly. And Bob Odenkirk was asked about the difference between Saul Goodman in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, and he said, is there anything that doesn't work, that doesn't overlap? And he said, no, it's pretty much fine, except Saul Goodman's introduction in Breaking Bad, which, you know, going by it's his first scene, you know, in real life, it's his first scene, where he leches at what's his secretary called? Is it Francine? Is his secretary, isn't it? He leches at Francine. Oh, I hate to see her go, but I love to watch her leave. And Bob Odenkirk said, no. Saul never had any. Francine was his best friend. He wouldn't have leched over her. But yeah, that was the one bit that he said that doesn't quite match up with the character. But apart from that, I found it a really fun experience. But yeah. But whether or not you're going to actually bother to watch 6 hours of Better Call Saul waiting for it to get good, it's up to you. Am I right in thinking that oh God, who plays Kim? Anyway, she didn't win jack shit for that. She didn't. Am I right in thinking she didn't win an Emmy? She didn't win basically any awards for being by far and away the best thing in that entire series. Wasn't it that Better Call Saul was always up against Game of Thrones, wasn't it? Sucking all the oxygen out of it. Oh, poor Howard. Yeah. If Breaking Bad is Jesse's tragedy, then Better Call Saul is Howard's. No. Great ending. I'm not going to spoil the ending of Better Call Saul. Really good ending. I even told my wife how Better Call Saul ended, and she went, okay, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty satisfying. That's pretty good. That was 4 years ago. I remember because I watched the finale of Better Call Saul while eating delicious battered shrimp in a sports bar in Birmingham during the Commonwealth Games. My family and I went to Birmingham for the Commonwealth Games 4 years ago, and it was very lavish. Free buses, free travel, you know, big stadiums, all for an event that almost no one gives a toss about. And poor old Birmingham City Council managed to bankrupt themselves, putting on a show that almost nobody bothered to go and see, except me and my family. We had a fun old time. I do enjoy the weightlifting. But yeah, we went to... Pluribus is good so far. Yeah, now, is Pluribus one of those bloody series I can't buy on Blu-ray? Ree Seahorn, that's her, isn't it? Ree Seahorn. Yeah, I should have another look. I don't have Apple TV, and obviously there's no other way of getting hold of these things. So I haven't seen The Chair Company. I haven't seen Tim Robinson's... Is it The Chair Company? The Chair Salesman? And I haven't seen Pluribus. And I don't think you can buy them on Blu-ray. Which means that they're kind of asking for people to acquire them in whatever way. But yeah, yet another depressing sign of the future. If you actually want to buy something and own it and keep it as an object on a shelf, what decade are you living in, Grandad? So yeah, Pluribus and The Chair Company are the two series I most want to watch. I did try watching the first episode of what was that program you all fucking loved? The other one on Apple TV, Severance. I could not get on with the first. I turned that off. I found it irritating after 10 minutes. I am very much aware that is very much. Oh no, stick with it. Oh, episode 4 or 5, it gets really good. See also Andor. I'm afraid to say...
But I ain't spending any time on it.
But that was another one. That's another one you can't buy on Blu-ray. The Zeitgeist hit rate is shit. Oh, I'm sure I was wrong to get annoyed and turn off Severance 10 minutes in. Is it boring? It just felt really pretentious. Severance did not improve. It just felt really... I just felt like it was really enjoying the smell of its own farts. Ted Lasso, which I've never seen, but I follow a lot of people who hate it. Dare to believe. It's all a little bit Parappa the Rapper, isn't it? Yeah, I hate Ted Lasso purely by screenshots uploaded to social media by people who hate it. So I've decided that I will also hate it without ever actually having seen it. I'm sorry to turn down a bit of Hannah Waddingham, but I can't be doing with moustaches at the best of times. Okay, and yeah. Series I did buy on Blu-ray and really enjoyed that I didn't see was Chernobyl, but I've since watched. There's a YouTuber called That Chernobyl Guy who has just completely ruined that series for me completely, because the TV series Chernobyl got everything wrong, and I hate knowing that. I thought Chernobyl was fucking remarkable, and over the last few months I've just had all of my positive feelings for that series drained away by the fact that it was a right load of bollocks. Very, very cross YouTube man has managed to spoil it for me. They practically got everything wrong. So I mean, there was a bit. I remember remember with Chernobyl the series. There's a bit where the graphite is that and Band of Brothers. Oh, I know. Well, in that, if you loved Chernobyl, not the series, don't watch That Chernobyl Guy on YouTube, because he will drain all the joy out of your body as you find out that it was basically all made up and all the science was wrong. There was a bit, I remember there was a bit I thought was dodgy in Chernobyl, when all the graphite chunks from the core are lying on the floor, and one of the firefighters picks it up, and then his hand immediately starts blistering. I thought, hang on, I'm pretty sure gamma radiation doesn't work like that. And no, it doesn't. The graphite would have been too hot to handle anyway. Yeah, you don't, obviously there isn't such a thing as radiation that just immediately makes your skin peel off. It takes days and days for that to happen. TV drama is dramatised shock, yeah. Oh, that's right. I got a little bit obsessed recently with the Demon Core. Yeah, I mean, that is the other problem with Chernobyl. I've been watching, obviously with, I've been watching BBC documentaries about Chernobyl. Whenever I see Pripyat or Chernobyl, all I ever think is, I've been there, Gillies in the Mist. I've crawled with Sergeant Price along by that Ferris wheel. That shed, I've hidden in that shed waiting for the pickup to come. Yeah, I got a bit obsessed with the Demon Core recently. If you don't know about the Demon Core, fucking hell, it caused at least 2 deaths at New Mexico. Bloody, where they did the bomb. Anyway, there it was. 2 halves of plutonium that were nearly critical. Los Alamos, thank you. 2 halves of plutonium that, if you were to let them meet, the whole ball would go supercritical and basically get unbelievably hot, glow and fire out lethal gamma radiation. What they did in Los Alamos, they would demonstrate this by, there's 2 separate accidents. One of them, the guy was setting up the demon, so the Demon Core had to be kept the two halves had to be kept apart, otherwise it goes supercritical and everyone in the room dies. One of the guys was just playing with it. It had all of these, I want to say xenon blocks. It might not be xenon, but these big blocks that kill the reaction. While he was rearranging them like Lego, he accidentally dropped one half of the demon core on top of the other. There was a bright flash. And then he realised that he was now going to die. He died they were lead. He died a terrible, agonising, week-long death. And his friend was by his bedside for a lot of it, watching this poor guy, as his guts turned into liquid and fell out of his arsehole. A few weeks later... the guy who was sat by the bed was demonstrating the demon core, and what he did was he had a flat-sided screwdriver, and he separated the two halves of the demon core with nothing else other than a flat-bladed screwdriver, which he put in between the two halves of the core, and he would rotate the screwdriver. So when he rotated the screwdriver so that the wedge was vertical, it just about kept the core apart. And then he would rotate the screwdriver. The machine that measured the neutrons would go, and he was doing it to show off. He was edgelording the demon core. So as he twisted the screwdriver, I want to say dosimeter, but it's probably not. The clacky device would go nuts as he was showing everyone the screwdriver. Well, guess what happened? He slipped, obviously. The fucking screwdriver slipped out of his hand. It slipped out, and he managed to clack the demon core together like a coconut. Another blinding flash. Everyone behind him... it was tungsten carbide bricks. There we go. Everyone legged it while he just stood there. What was it? It's quite funny. I think he just said, "Well, that's that then." Just kind of stood there in front of the demon core that he'd just fucking clattered together again. Stood there and said, "Well, that's that then." And then he also died is it this one? He also then died an agonising, liquefying death over the next week. Shadowmakers. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, the demon core is super cool. But yes, they certainly enjoyed having one of the most dangerous objects ever created by any human being up to that point, and then fiddling around with a flat-headed screwdriver. I think that time he was the only one who actually died. There was a security guard. There was a security guard in the room with him who lived a few more decades, but then I think he died of leukemia, which may or may not have been relevant. Keeping it light. But yeah, anyway, I was just reading about the demon core. In the end, the demon core was just melted down, and I think it was melted down for the third atom bomb. They were going to drop obviously they were just going to carry on dropping atom bombs on Japan until they surrendered. So I think it was melted down to make the third atom bomb. So yeah, well done, scientists. Just top marks all round there. Anyway, the Chernobyl guy on YouTube's been teaching me all about that stuff. But yes, he is not happy with the TV series Chernobyl. The Tsar bomber, yeah. Too big to be practical. They just wanted to see how big the explosion can go. Before they detonated the Tsar bomber, weren't they genuinely thinking that it may very well just ignite the entire atmosphere? I know they worried about that at Los Alamos as well, but I'm pretty with the Tsar bomber. I think it was like a double-digit probability that it might well incinerate the atmosphere of the Earth. But sod it, you know. Sunk cost. Well, we've built it now. You can't build the world's largest hydrogen bomb and not blow it up, can you? What a waste of everyone's time that would be. Yeah, Oppenheimer was worried about it too. Oh, by the way, now here's definitely a series recommendation no one's going to follow, but I'm committed to the bit of watching this go now. If you ever get a chance to watch there's a 1980s BBC version of Oppenheimer. It's a 7-part BBC series. That was great. I watched that before I watched the Christopher Nolan film, and the Nolan film really doesn't compare. Oppenheimer's not a whiny little, nowhere near as much of a whiny little prick as he is in the film. That was great. Yeah, I did enjoy the movie. To an extent, where I think the movie failed on a moral level, he says, we have a lot of fun on this channel, where the movie failed at a moral level, where the BBC series did not fail, the scene where they've dropped the bomb on Japan and they bring back the film footage of the aftermath, the burns and the death and the carnage. I didn't like that in the film you don't see the death and the carnage. You see them watching the film of the aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and you see it's a bit like sort of modern YouTube. Watch these men react to the consequences of their actions. I thought the audience should be made to have a good old look at some burns victims. If you're gonna thrill the audience of your exciting mushroom cloud special effects, you need to then punish the audience by showing them some kids with their skin peeling off. Those are my rules. The BBC drama did. The War Game is on BBC at the moment. Do you know what I love about the War Game? That is set in my hometown. The War Game, if I remember right, don't they drop a nuclear bomb on RAF Manston, which is a mile away from where I grew up. So watching the War Game, watching people blinded by the light, rushing underneath their wooden tables and getting incinerated, that's literally me. That's my family. That's my house. Very exciting. The explosion was disappointing in the movie Oppenheimer. Well, the problem is I watched Oppenheimer on a plane, so I watched it on a 12-inch screen. So I probably wasn't quite getting the full Nolan experience. But I do think that they should have shown the best thing that ever happened in Margate. Oh, I'll tell you what, who could tell the difference, eh? But yeah, I think they should have shown us some kids with their skin peeling off, just so you know, just to upset anyone who's come in late from watching Barbie. Anyway, that's my review of Oppenheimer, the film. Not enough kids in pain. 6 out of 10. Yeah, the War Game's great. If you've not seen the War Game, by the way, I don't know if you've not heard of Threads. Threads is the definitive text in what a nuclear war would actually be like. Also, the _1 program to absolutely guarantee to ruin your day, no matter what you're doing. No matter what you're doing with your day, if you stick Threads on for 90 minutes, the rest of the day is going to be a depressing write-off. The War Game, am I right in thinking it was never broadcast? Ali Sheedy in War Games. That's not this, because I've never seen the one that depressed Ronald Reagan. Is it The Day After? I want to say Steve Buscemi. Steve Guttenberg, The Day After of Steve Guttenberg. That's the one that terrorised America, wasn't it, in the 80s? I've never seen it, and I'm sure it's very good, but it always looks quite... I think having Steve Guttenberg in it, it still gives it a kind of glamour. Threads is just depressing filth. There's no glamour in Threads at all. The nuke goes off and it cuts to a woman pissing her trousers. She does get a credit in IMDb. But the war game... Was the war game never made... So the war game, it's 1960s, isn't it? And it's the same principle. It's what would actually happen after a nuclear war, with militias shooting people and birth defects and the rest of it. It was made in the 60s. Am I right in thinking it was never actually broadcast? That they made it and then the BBC watched it and went, "Are we fuck transmitting that? Jesus Christ!" Or was it the government said, "Are you fuck transmitting that? There's no way you're transmitting that." So the war games is one of those. Yeah, it was banned. So the war games is one of those things that was kind of, I think when I was growing up, it kind of lived in myth. And then watching it recently, yeah, all right. Well, I mean, obviously bad that it was banned, but it packs a punch. But yeah, Threads is something else. Baby coming. I do quite fancy watching Threads now. No, I don't. This afternoon's going to be depressing enough as it is without that as a little pre-match warm-up. Yeah, the War Games, I think, is on YouTube. If late 1960s black and white British nuclear paranoia is your thing, then it ticks every box. Hello, Germany. Hello. I hope you're very well today. I'm definitely not going to mention World Cup penalties.
One place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space.
I'm not going to mention penalties in a World Cup. That would be inappropriate. But in the words of Ash the robot in Alien, you have my sympathies. It's not nice, is it? It's not nice. It stings. I feel it's brought us closer together now. Do feel free to come back tomorrow and ask me about last night's penalties and how I feel about those. It is possible if you kick a ball hard enough at Jordan Pickford, he will just explode. He does look like a man under extremely high pressure. I don't like his colour. Well, didn't most... I remember Adrian Mole, and I think most people assumed that the Falklands were just 50 miles off the coast of Scotland. Followed by palpable relief that, no, they are actually 4,000 miles away. And its main export is penguins and sheep. Two rescue missions. One Kerbal is rescued from orbit around the moon. This mission is successfully finished. Now I've rescued another Kerbal from the service of Minmus. That's a lot of rescuing. Are they a lot of two-way missions? Was it fuel? Was it taking off and then suddenly realising you don't have enough fuel to complete an orbit? Yeah. You want to horrifically over-engineer things so that the frame rate drops into single figures. That's my solution. Belt braces. and then just nailed into concrete. Project Hail Mary, I read weirdly. I read that about a year ago, an audiobook. I really liked the book. He's a very easy read, Andy Weir, isn't he? I also really liked the other one he did. Well, I know he's done more than two. The Martian. As with that, I liked the book more than the film, but the film was all right. I quite liked in The Martian at the book at the end when he considers puncturing his gloves so he can fly through space like Iron Man. I like that in the film he did that, and then in the book he considers doing it, but NASA say no, that won't work. That's a stupid idea. Don't try that. But yeah, Project Hail Mary was what I liked about the book, and I guess you can't really sort of put this back in the box. I didn't know what it was going to be about. The book, the first, in terms of audio book, the first couple of hours of the book is just your protagonist. He doesn't even know his name or why he's there or who he is or anything. So the first bit of the book is actually the protagonist recovering from amnesia. I found that actually probably the most interesting part of the book. Once the plot started, I was like, oh, right, okay, so it's about this is what it's going to be about. But it's a good, I enjoyed the book. I haven't watched the film a bit because I've got a bit of a problem with books in that I'm very, very bad at imagining faces and people. I've got a bit of a weird imagination problem. If I read words and I understand words, and the concept lives in my head, but it doesn't translate to pictures. So if I have to imagine the protagonist of a book, I find it easier just to cast an existing actor. So I tend to cast actors as characters. And as soon as I watch a film, I mean, obviously Lord of the Rings is probably the one that this is sort of most happened with. As soon as I watch a film of a book, whatever idea I had of the book in my head gets completely erased and replaced by what the film looked like, because my brain is just so grateful to have some sort of tangible images to lock onto. It's happened with Lord of the Rings, which is a bit of a shame. My head Lord of the Rings, well, it's all been Peter Jacksonified now. Interstellar was a frustrating film. I can't imagine a background. It's just black when I read. Yeah, Dune is one. I read Dune during a heat wave, not this one. I was commuting to work on hot trains and reading Dune. I remember bonding with Dune, but again, it wasn't so much that I could imagine what Dune looked like. It's just that I was absolutely roasting hot and thirsty whenever I was reading it. So I kind of bonded with it more then. Yeah, I can imagine Tom Bombadil however I want. Yeah, if I'm not just skipping that entire section. Fucking yellow-wellied cunt, as Spaceman calls him. And Tolkien, I believe, in one of his letters. Sorry, I just made myself laugh. In letter number 417 to the Oxford Press, Tolkien refers to Tom Bombadil as a yellow-wellied cunt. Professor Tolkien, sorry. God, I hate Tom Bombadil. Yeah, Interstellar was I'll tell you a space, literally while I'm remembering it, I'll tell you a space film I watched. I really enjoyed that Brad Pitt one. Is it Ad Astra? The one that starts with him falling off a platform. That was great. The one where his dad's... Is it Harvey Keitel? Or is it... No, it's Tommy Lee Jones, isn't it? Where he has to go and meet his mad dad, Tommy Lee Jones, who's gone mad in space. I really enjoyed that. I remember loads... I don't know, I think someone said that they didn't like Ad Astra, and I put off watching it for a bit. But no, I was well on board with that. That was good. Oh, good. Right, now we've got to the point where I can now ditch the engines. Okay, let's quick save. Because of that elevator. But yeah, it's good. Very technical film as well, which I appreciate. Right, let me just... I will carry on talking about space. Let me just... I like the bit on the moon. I've got to watch it again. I don't remember a lot about Ad Astra other than snippets and thinking, oh, I'm enjoying this film. Right, hang on. Let me just dump this. So, am I good to go with dumping these engines? Apologies for the frame rate. I have made a monster. Yeah, Interstellar. I didn't love Interstellar at all. There are a couple of bits in Interstellar I did love. I fucking loved the planet of knee-high water. I thought that was brilliant. That was my favourite bit. The planet of knee-high water, where if you stay there for too long, your children will grow up without you. The bit where they're stuck on the planet of knee-high water, knowing that the rest of the universe is now aging far beyond anything they can do anything about. The hopelessness of that. Oh, I loved that. That was a good bit. Hang on. Yeah, I will be going for a walk fairly soon because I need to. But yeah, I loved that bit. Obviously, I liked the bit just afterwards where he does his Skype call and watches his daughter get old and forget him, and he does all that crying. I like that bit. That was good. But I don't know why I didn't love that film. Is that the one with Matt Damon where he tries to go through that hatch and blows it all up? The music makes Interstellar. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. But yeah, I don't know if I'll rewatch that one. I watched a crap Netflix film that I quite enjoyed. Was it Stowaway, is it? The one with what's her face? You know, her. Where they're on a mission, they've got a stowaway on the ship, and they haven't got enough oxygen, and they have to climb on the outside of the ship with varying gravity to fix it. God, I don't remember that. That was all right. If you see that on Netflix, man on the internet vaguely remembers seeing it and thinking it's all right. All right, I'm now talking of vaguely thinking it's all right. I'm just going to quick save, and I'm going to hit space bar and hope that I've staged this properly. Let's go. All right, let's go again. There we go. Has that separated off? If I hit full speed now, yes. There we go. Good. So long. All sparks flying as we scrape ourselves along the metal full of extremely explosive fuel vapour. There we go. We slip the surly bonds of that bit of the ship and press on. Okay, well that means then, presumably that means I can activate these engines. Let's activate you and activate you. I have staged these engines, obviously, to activate themselves, but I no longer trust my own staging, which is a sad state of affairs, isn't it? So I'm just going to turn these engines on manually. Where are we? Shall I say 3 o'clock? I should go for my walk. I want to watch the build-up as well. What is an S-tier movie? What, like Alien or Empire Strikes Back? What's an S-tier science fiction space movie that's not those two? Oh, I tried to force my kids to watch Apollo 13 again recently. 2001. Obviously 2001, but I'd be lying if I didn't just... Once Hal's offline, my brain kind of turns off at that point. It was actually very rewarding reading the novel of 2001. Because I tell you what, it's a lot more bloody clear what's happening at the end of that film in the book than it is in the film. Oh, it's like the obelisks are like I think he goes through the obelisk and then he finds himself in like a giant. The Last Starfighter. There's a film I've not watched for a long time. Oh, that was for some reason when I think of The Last Starfighter, I remember it being on ITV on a bank holiday. And my parents saying, all right, you've got to go to your nan's now. And I'd have to go and see my grandmother rather than watch The Last Starfighter. I think The Last Starfighter was always on when I had to go out. In 2001, he goes through the Flight of the Navigator. He goes through a Stargate and he's in some sort of big alien sorting centre with loads of other portals. Anyway, it explained it a lot better. Flight of the Navigator. I have seen Flight of the Navigator. Is that the one where he went missing? Is that the one where the boy went missing for years and then he comes back and everyone's got older, but he's been on this alien ship? That was quite a good film, wasn't it? That was all right. Close Encounters is another one that I have seen once, 30 years ago in 4:3 on telly, with interference from Dutch TV all over it. I feel that I haven't seen Close Encounters in its best state. Not seen 2010 either. Is the goat. Yeah, I've seen it. I remember it. Funnily enough, I mean, out of all the films I've seen, the fact that I've seen it once in such poor condition and remember so much. I like the bit where I remember liking the bit where he's playing with his mashed potato. That's the bit I remember, and obviously the end. Honestly, worth a rewatch. Yeah, absolutely. I remember enjoying, what was the Sandra Bullock one? That was a good one. Gravity. Although my memory of Gravity, well, two memories of Gravity. Bernard Hill, the actor Bernard Hill, was sat in front of me wearing 3D glasses. So I kept on flicking my eyes between the screen and Bernard Hill, sort of pretending that he was in 3D and in the film. My other memory of Gravity is the audience being absolutely 100% on board with the film until the last 2 minutes when everyone suddenly broke into laughter. Spoilers for the end of Gravity, by the way, but Sandra Bullock goes through so much in that film. Every single thing going against her, and then it was when she finally splashed down, spoilers, when she finally splashes down back onto Earth and she escapes her capsule, and then as she's trying to swim out of her capsule, I think a bit of pondweed gets caught around her foot and she's struggling against the pondweed, and it was at that moment that the entire audience as one just burst into laughter. And I remember just thinking, that was literally one too many. There was just one. How many dangers should Sandra Bullock face in this film? however many dangers she faced in Gravity, -1. It was quite gratifying to see an audience reach a tipping point between unbearable tension and, oh, well, this has just got stupid now. Yeah, just that final bit where the plant wraps itself around her foot. Everyone just laughed at it, which is a shame because it was a really solid film. But, yeah, it didn't need that very, very last bit. Have I seen Life? Recently news from about an alien life form they're playing with in space. No, what streaming service, what fragmented streaming service is that on? I will have a look. This is an Amazon Prime, Netflix and Disney Plus house. Did you know that if you have Amazon Prime, you actually have a free subscription to this channel? And indeed any Twitch channel, but I'm not going to mention that. It's true. If you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to this channel for absolutely... Look how sincere I am. Look. You can subscribe to this channel absolutely free. It costs you nothing at all. And I get... Jeff Bezos gets to throw me some soiled pennies. You can subscribe right now using your Prime sub. You elevate your subscription to a Prime sub. Tick that little box and you will be signed up for no adverts, 1.5 channel points, the ability to make Lynn from 7up say, what have I done?
You do think, Christ, what have I done?
You do?
At times you think, Christ, what have I done?
You certainly do. So yeah, if you've got Amazon Prime and you're not using it, then I would be delighted if you send that my way. Sounds like a scam. Yeah, what's he not telling you? Would this face lie? I'm in bed with Big Jeff. Me and Jeff laughing up our sleeves. Right, how is this going? Oh my God, I thought this would be... I thought this would be better. Well, we've barely made it out of Dres now. We are at least on our way somewhere. Still utilising our original drive section, of course. This was a ship of two halves. We created this, then created this and joined them together. I am pleased that the drive section has had as much action as it has. I was a bit worried it was superfluous, but it's doing all right, isn't it? We got plenty.
Fred's got plenty. Arthur's got plenty. We've all got plenty. Plenty to go round. My wife's got what it takes.
Thanks, Dave. Nailed that in one. No, I don't think we need a second take. That is going to sell some pork. If that doesn't shift some dried spiced pig, I don't know what will. Right, I'm going to complete this manoeuvre, and then I think I'm going to go out for my my sanity walk. Have a look at some ducks, and then come back and get myself immersed in professional soccer. Oh, I thought I was going to say, by the way, that I'm not streaming on Friday because it's my elder daughter's sports day. But thankfully, she has told me in no uncertain terms that she does not want me there. For some reason, she seems to think I'm some sort of embarrassment. You know, I do keep on telling her, make sure you tell your friends that your dad's a professional Twitch streamer. But, you know, she seems, if anything, reluctant to let her friends in on Britain's best kept secret. She seems to find it humiliating and mortifying for some reason. Anyway, I am not welcome to her sports day, so you've got me on Friday. It's a shame they grow up, really. God, that Neil Armstrong film, what was it called? First Man? That was pig-shite boring. I thought that was going to be good. Absolutely hated it. Obviously, I never got to embarrass them. You never get to sort of, clean them, clothe them, feed them, just so one day when they're doing an activity that, that you might be interested in, they can tell you to fuck off, that you're an embarrassment. Yeah, you're missing out. That Neil Armstrong, was it First Man? The problem with that film, and I'm not having a go at Neil. Neil, if you're listening, if you're up there, fair play, mate. I'm not having a go. But, the reason...
We've asked me to do it. So I'll do it.
Oh, I've summoned John. John came down from heaven. Neil Armstrong, the reason why he was chosen to be the first man on the moon was that he was a deeply, deeply, deeply boring man. He lived and breathed vectors, and he was more vector than man. And making a film based around his personality, I think, was a terrible mistake. Bless him. It genuinely upset me that they made a film about Neil Armstrong and just made him look incredibly boring, which is sort of fine. I mean, one of the world's most boring men did one of the most amazing things, but it didn't make for a compelling screenplay. The Buzz Aldrin story, how one man went from being second place on the moon to well into NASCAR and Trump. I remember when lovely Michael Collins was still around and on Twitter. I followed Michael Collins and Buzz Aldrin on Twitter, and I'm pretty sure Michael Collins was passagging Buzz quite a lot, because it always seemed that whenever Buzz put up another post of him at a 24-hour NASCAR race, Michael Collins would then post up a thing about renewable energies, hydrocarbons, and the importance of finding alternative fuels to further look after our planet. Bless. Is it bad to say the Apollo astronauts died in the wrong order? Yeah, but also, yeah. Oh, we'll miss Buzz when he's gone. I liked it when he thumped that bloke. That was good. Did he fly in a rocket or fly up a socket? It was good, that thing he did with the pen lid that time, though. Well done, Buzz. I still didn't trust him with a camera. No, I think Neil will be the one setting the exposure. Thanks, Buzz. You carry on playing with your pen lid. Sorry, I slightly zoned out there. We're getting there. We're getting there. A new generation of people to be inspired by it. Well, absolutely. I tell you what. I mean, my kids are very excited because we're going to get some actual decent footage from the moon. We won't have to squint to try and invoke a sense of wonder. It'll all be there in lovely 4K. Looking forward to that. Oh, isn't Elon doing the fucking lander though? Ugh. I mean, I know he's not doing it personally. He's doing too much ketamine for that, but even so, ugh. Or is it Jeff? One of the arseholes is making the lander anyway. Also, I don't like watching SpaceX missions with people on them because I enjoy watching them, hoping that they blow up. But I don't actually want people to die, so that ruins my fun. I like it when they blow up with spy satellites on them. That's a good one. That always raises a smile. So, 250 metres per second to go until the end of this manoeuvre node. I am thirsty for squirrels. I must go and see my squirrels. I'll take some pictures if I can and I'll show you it. Just the game against Mexico kicks off at 1 a.m. Oh, brilliant. Oh, good. I've been secretly wanting a lovely late night game. Oh, lovely. There's an excuse to stay up late drinking. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. They always feel a bit more special. I remember someone saying that they really enjoyed watching the Formula One when the Formula One was in like Australia or something. They always enjoyed getting up to watch it live just because Jim Rosenthal would say hello and welcome, and if you're watching live from England at 5 a.m, a very special welcome to you. They always used to enjoy that because they knew that Jim was speaking directly to them. They were part of the club, part of Jim's little club, and yeah, I'll feel the same way. I'll feel the same way staying up late watching that. Is it going to be in Mexico, the Mexico game, I wonder? Because Canada's last game wasn't, was it? Because they were second in their group. But the one last night was the one last night in Mexico City? Because that's going to be a tough ask, isn't it? And then after Mexico, Brazil, then Argentina. Good luck with that. Yeah, the breakfast, yes. Presumably, yeah, Canada, Korea. I remember failing a job interview because I turned up an hour early to the job interview and decided to calm my... This is when I was 21, by the way. I decided to calm my nerves by going to the pub and watching the World Cup over a pint before an interview. Do you know what? I think they could tell that that's what I'd done. Kids, if you're ever going for the interview of your lives, try not getting mildly pissed and watching football just before the interview. It doesn't help. I remember watching zombie-faced Ronaldinho lob semen. Zombie-faced Ronaldinho lob semen while listening to it on a bus. That's my JFK moment. I remember an entire bus sighing in disappointment. I'm sorry about saying lobbing semen earlier. I mean, it was in context, but even so, unnecessary. I do try to keep the lobbing of semen at a minimum level on this channel at all times. I mean, lob away, obviously. I can't control what you're doing, and who could blame you? But I need to behave. Safe hands. By the way, if you think I have actually lost my mind, the goalkeeper in the English goalkeeper during the 2002 World Cup was called David Seaman, and yes, we did have a lot of fun with that. Fair play to him. Imagine going through your whole life with the surname Seaman and just, you know, just deciding you've got to own it. Seaman. Your missus loved Seaman. He tried to make his nickname Safe Hands, but everyone just said, what? Is that... It's easy to be salty about it. Did he? Did he try and give himself a nickname to take the edge off the Seaman? Oh, I love it when people... Everyone at some point when they were a kid tried to introduce their friends to the new nickname that they want to be known as. With a 0% success rate. Right, well, that's that manoeuvre done. That took a while, didn't it? I'm so glad I did that on... I'm so glad they did that. I did that on a no mic, no camera stream. Otherwise, I'd have just been burbling a load of shite for an hour. The ponytail... Yeah, the tash, I understand. The tash is butch. But, yeah, I could never really... He had a lovely pair of curtains in the mid-90s. And then he went full ponytail. Is he Brexit? I know Peter Shilton's Brexit, sadly. In my head, rightly or wrongly, I've got Seaman down as a Tory as well. But that might be grossly unfair. It's a shame about Big Pete, but, you know. Right. So that puts us at the correct inclination. So now all I have to do, all goalkeepers should share my politics. Oh, no, you probably need a little bit of rage to thrive at that level. Okay. Well, if this inclination is so correct, how am I not able to... intercept Elu. What's going on here? Why can I not intercept this bloody planet? What I would like to do is just set up this node for tomorrow, or maybe even today, if I can be asked. But I need to intercept this bloody planet. Why can I not do that? Ah! Well, if this isn't a metaphor for Blair's open border policy, I don't know what is. Maybe all goalkeepers are just intrinsically right-wing. I mean, Jordan Pickford does look very angry almost all the time. Okay, so this closest approach, so it's there when we're here. So would it be better then if I did this? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Lee Hurst. Lee Hurst's an interesting one. I remember reading an interview of Lee Hurst back in the 90s where he was absolutely obsessed, not incorrectly, but as an absolute white-hot hatred of Rupert Murdoch and the lies and bollocks of the Sun newspaper. But it's interesting, Lee Hurst, he's clearly one of those people who just feels alive with politics rather than any kind of actual cause. Reminds me a bit of Graham Linehan as well. Spent a lot of his earlier life railing against the intolerant right, only to suddenly find them. Actually, they're a great bunch of guys. Neville Southall. Am I going mad? Or did Neville Southall recently, in an attempt to be... Because Neville Southall sort of went, as a sort of almost a sort of performance art, went very, very woke. And tried to... He had like a podcast or something. And he tried to find a common understanding with grown adults who dress up as baby and deliberately shit themselves. Am I right in thinking that Neville... Did I dream this? Did Neville Southall have a podcast where he turned hosting duties over to adults wearing nappies deliberately shitting themselves because he felt that they needed better representation? Just saying those words out loud make me think that that wasn't a thing and I might have dreamt it. Hang on. Neville Southall, adult babies shit themselves. I probably won't look at the image search for that. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I was right. Oh, right, okay. That's it. He turned his Twitter account to the adult baby diaper lover community. Neville Southall has slammed Twitter users who criticised his decision to allow an adult baby expert to take over his account. The ex-Everton goalkeeper raised eyebrows after sharing a tweet from a woman who describes herself as offering non-fetish therapeutic adult baby diaper lover care. I was right. Excellent. The ABDL community. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Oh, I wish I hadn't seen that picture. Okay, I'm glad I wasn't. Oof, Jesus Christ. In a later tweet, which has since been deleted, Southall seemingly caved into the haters and U-turned on his decision, writing, "The adult baby takeover is off. Goodbye. I do what I like on Twitter. My decision, my choice. You can mock me, but you cannot stop me." Oh, bless. Oh, I'm glad I was right then. I say my brain is just fragments of... A bit like... what was the one the other day that Henmania reminded me of? Oh, yes, about Craig Charles can't masturbate over porn magazines that aren't in English. These facts enter my brain, and then the Sean of Naughty Fridays, Sean of all context, they still sort of float around like little platelets of information. And so I will say something like Craig Charles can only masturbate over English language pornography, and people will look at me like I've said something mad, ask for further proof, and I'll just shrug and say, no, I haven't remembered the proof, I've just remembered the facts. But yes, thank goodness, yes. So Craig Charles can only masturbate over English language pornography, and Neville Southall did give his Twitter account over to adult babies who enjoy shitting themselves. Well, this stream has degraded. This stream has degraded. I'm finding it very, very hard to nail this manoeuvre node, and I'm just talking about spunk and shit now. So I think it's probably a good time to knock it on the head. Pardon. I'd better go and get some fresh air because I'm genuinely feeling a little giddy. I'll be back tomorrow. It's not, to anyone new, it's not normally like... It's pretty much normally like this, isn't it? Who am I kidding? I try not to let it be like this, but it's getting late in the day and I'm getting hot and bothered. I'll be back tomorrow. I will probably... I'm probably going to carry on working on this bloody manoeuvre node and try and get this ship sent to wherever the hell it's going. Where are we even taking the bloody thing? Elu. If I do that, I might do a little no mic, no camera stream, but obviously you won't be missing anything out by not seeing that. That's just me saving a bit of time. But yeah, right, sod it. I'm gonna go for a walk and come back tomorrow. Thank you very much. You've been very, very patient on what was quite an odd day of streaming, if I'm honest. I'll try and regain the initiative tomorrow. Yes, we're going to... I'll get that node sorted. I'll get the ship sent off to Elu. And then tomorrow, let's go back to building and designing and deploying fun moon rovers. Let's do something fun tomorrow at a decent frame rate. So please do join me for that. I'm going to click this now. That shuts me up. Have yourselves a really lovely rest of your afternoon. Come on, England. Come on, England. Come on, England. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be piece of cake. Piece of cake. It's practically a guaranteed win. I'm sure we all agree. Brilliant. Right, lovely. I'm off. I should get some beers in. See you later. See you later. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a lovely... have a lovely afternoon, and we'll chat about the aftermath first thing tomorrow morning. Take care, everyone. Thank you very, very much, and see you tomorrow. Cheers. Bye-bye. Bye. Oh, my God. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? I wasn't thinking.